Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Officials from the US and Iran hold high-stakes talks in Oman amid rising tensions. President Trump endorses Japan's Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi ahead of Sunday's snap elections. The Winter Olympic Games, known as Milano Cortina 2026, officially kick off in Italy. Iran and the United States have held high-stakes negotiations via Omani mediation today to try to overcome sharp differences over Tehran's nuclear program. Iranian state TV reported in late this afternoon that the talks in the Omani capital, Muscat, had ended. The discussions come after a U.S. military buildup in the Middle East in response to nationwide anti-government protests last month. For more on this, I'm joined by Seema Sabat, British-Iranian journalist and host of the Seema Sabat Show. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for your invitation.
Seema, so Iran has just presented a preliminary plan to the U.S. in nuclear talks hosted by Oman that we've now reported have ended. So what is exactly in this plan?
Well, the negotiation, as you mentioned, is at the moment finished. It was reported that both parties are going to go back to their capitals, but there is no actual result in it. I mean, they both came with a set of conditions that they were hoping to reach in it. On the side of Iranians, Araghchi mentioned that they're going to negotiate not under military pressure or tensions, and also the nuclear is going to be the only part that they're going to negotiate. While the Americans, they had requested few conditions like proxies in the region, missile programs, including the nuclear programs. And also, Rubio mentioned yesterday that human rights in Iran also could be part of these negotiations. So both sides, apparently, they negotiated with mediatory of Omanis, but what results they achieved is unclear. But the negotiation is still going on.
And the U.S. said they want zero uranium enrichment. Iran says enrichment is its right. So is there real room to compromise here, or is this a deal breaker?
It is a deal breaker because Trump has mentioned several times that he wants zero uranium enrichment in Iran. This means that the whole nuclear program that Iran has built up for decades has to stop altogether. And Iranians, they see it as being surrounded. So total surrender for Iranians after spending so much, billions and billions of Iranian income and dollars on a program that has to be ended by the U.S. order in order to prevent a military action, it's going to be a total defeat for Iranians. So this is how they see it. But in the meantime, they are going to present themselves at the negotiation table in order to at least buy time.
And Seema, you do lead us to our next question, because I've heard many analysts this week say that Iran is stalling, buying time through talks, even going back and forth over the venue for the talks, for the location. So what does that tell us about Tehran's strategy?
Their strategy is mainly to build up a little bit more capability in order to defend themselves if they get attacked. And Iranian state TV today, they mentioned that there has been revealing a new missile called Khorramshahr, Fort Khorramshahr, which also shows that the ballistic and missile activities is still going on the side of Iranians. This is their only way to defend themselves if they get attacked. And of course, I mean, they are going to still try to prevent or at least being able to defend themselves if they get attacked. And we see heavy military presence of the U.S. and their navies in the region. So definitely they are going to use this opportunity in order to push it back as much as they can.
And as Iranians face repression at home, Seema, what's really at stake for them in these negotiations right now?
Well, they are deeply disappointed, to be honest, because Trump promised Iranians that he's going to defend them if they get killed by the Iranian state. And Islamic Republic killed tens of thousands of people. And there is a sense of betrayal on the side of Iranians, especially the protesters. They got massacred by Iranian state. And still there are thousands and thousands of families that they are still burying their children. They are mourning, and there is a sense of sadness inside Iran. And now Americans and Iranians are at the negotiation table. Of course, Islamic Republic doesn't have any legitimacy inside. And being at the negotiation table, it means that they are apparently taken seriously outside. Whatever is the result of these negotiations, I'm sure that there would be this sense of dissatisfaction amongst the protesters inside Iran. And they don't want to be part of the history of betrayal. They would see this as being deceived somehow, as it happened in Hungary in 1956, which they were promised that they're going to be defended, they're going to send help for them, and then it didn't happen, and those protesters were killed. So I hope that this is not the case of Iranians, but many inside Iran, they hope that this negotiation is not going to reach any results and is going to lead somehow to overthrow of Islamic Republic.
That's right, because as you did mention, President Trump told Iranians help is on the way, and now he's negotiating. The U.S. still doesn't rule out military action just yet, at least. So what happened to talks of leadership change?
Well, leadership change in terms of being after the attack, after the Islamic Republic, or having the Islamic Republic in place?
Excuse me? Both.
When you're talking both.
Yes,
well,
Seema.
If Islamic Republic stays in place, so Ali Khamenei still is going to be there, and he's the main reason that they cannot reach any kind of somehow agreement with the U.S. because he's very highly ideological. He sees America as one of the biggest threats, as an enemy. And being flexible in terms of missile or nuclear program, which he sees is as something Islamic and Shia kind of weapon, then for him is a different matter. It's not about the national security. It's not about the national interest. It's not about Iranians. And also there is a complete gap between the state and the people who they were killed on the streets in tens of thousands, and the brutality that was used to suppress them. So I guess, Iranians, they're not going to look up for Islamic Republic to be continued. They want a new start. They want a country that is led by leaders who they are seeking peace in the region, who they are seeking to have good economic development, who they are looking in order to have whatever is good for the country.
Looking ahead, of course, we can't predict anything because it's ever so changing weekly, right? But if these talks do collapse, what do you think would be the next move for Iran, for the U.S.? U.S. side on Iran, perhaps tougher sanctions, military pressure, or further escalation?
Well, military and sanctions are already in place. Military presence of the U.S. in the region shows that there could be an attack if the negotiations fails. So the question could be whether we are going to have a limited scope of attack, or they are going to have a wider range of attack. At the moment, we see that they are building up on the defense side of the U.S. Military in the region. So possibly, they are going to prevent any reactions from the Iranians in order if there is any military tensions going on. But whatever that happens in that military tensions between Islamic Republic and the U.S., if Islamic Republic survives, it's going to be a much, much bigger danger for Iranians and also for the whole region, because then they are going to be delusional in terms of defeating America, surviving at that stage.
That was Seema Sabet for us. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Senior government officials in the United Kingdom are preparing to hand over communications they had with the former U.S. Ambassador Lord Mandelson. It comes ahead of the release of key evidence surrounding his appointment, as there's growing pressure for other ministers, including Prime Minister Keir Starmer, to reconsider their positions amid the scandal. Starmer has apologized to Epstein's victims and said he was sorry for having believed Mandelson's lies. For more on this, I'm joined from London by our correspondent, Ollie Barrett. Thank you for joining us. Ollie, some MPs are saying that Keir Starmer needs a miracle to save him from the Mandelson scandal, many calling him to step down. Do you think that Starmer can survive the scandal?
Well, the difficulty in that for Keir Starmer in terms of hanging on to his job is that the Mandelson saga is potentially now going to drip bits of information into the public domain repeatedly over the coming days, weeks, perhaps even months. Even today, we have heard that police here in the UK are raiding 2 properties linked to Peter Mandelson. The government is preparing to publish some documents related to communications between Mandelson and others around the time that he was appointed US ambassador. As those come out, there are potentially further revelations which may make life difficult for Keir Starmer as well. And it's not just this particular controversy that is dogging Keir Starmer. Many of his own Labour MPs believe his leadership in a whole raft of areas has been wanting. They have been dismayed by U-turn after U-turn after U-turn. We have a key by-election coming up at the end of this month, which Labour may well lose. If they do, that will be incredibly difficult for his position as leader. Then there are local elections coming up here in the UK in May. If Labour do very badly in that, if he's still in his job, that would be very difficult indeed for him as well. So while Keir Starmer is probably going to be surviving in his post until the weekend here in the UK, exactly how long that can last is just really difficult to predict at the moment, if not impossible.
And we're talking about perhaps a broader political fallout here also with the now Mandelson files. We're talking here about Morgan McSweeney, Starmer's chief of staff, who's also facing scrutiny. Some say McSweeney was the driving force, actually, behind Peter Mandelson's appointment as ambassador, despite his links to Jeffrey Epstein. So what is Number 10's strategy right now? Will he take the fall?
At the moment, Number 10 is saying that Morgan McSweeney has the full confidence of the Prime Minister. In PMQ's Prime Minister's Questions on Wednesday of this week, the Prime Minister said that Morgan McSweeney was essential to his government, and they are very, very close indeed. Keir Starmer, I think, credits Morgan McSweeney to a large extent for the fact that they won the last general election here in the UK 18 months or so ago. But many in the Labour Party believe that Morgan McSweeney should be losing his job at this point, and many in the Labour Party believe that if he is the brains behind the Keir Starmer operation, then those brains haven't really been on display in the last 18 months or so, given the travails of the government that he is so critical in. If Keir Starmer were to be minded to make him a sacrificial lamb at some point, he would also have the decision to make about exactly when to do that. Do you do that in the midst of this crisis because of the links to Mandelson? Do you wait until that by-election I mentioned? Do you wait until the May local elections? You can only sack Morgan McSweeney once, of course, and that will be certainly being factored into Keir Starmer's decision-making, I'm sure.
And do we know any more about what Number 10 actually knew at the time that they appointed Mandelson? Because it seems, at least personally, difficult for me to believe that they trusted him so blindly.
Well, that's what has made so many Labour MPs so angry, because they will say, whatever Peter Mandelson was saying to you at the time, it was in the public domain that he had had contacts and a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, indeed beyond the point at which Jeffrey Epstein was convicted. But more than that, he had a very checkered political career. He had lost his job in government several times before. He was known as the Prince of Darkness. And so Labour MPs are saying, look, you can't make the case now that Mandelson lied to you and that's why you gave him the job. It was an error of judgment at the time, given what everyone already knew about Peter Mandelson, whatever you might have thought he might have brought to the job in Washington in terms of qualities and in terms of dealing with American officials. And that's exactly why some Labour MPs are so angry with the Prime Minister, is that this week he's been apologising to victims of Jeffrey Epstein, but also saying that he believes that Labour MPs' anger is directed at Peter Mandelson for lying. Well, many Labour MPs' anger is actually directed firmly at Keir Starmer himself.
And we're seeing now one of the few criminal indictments from the Epstein files, and not in the US, but in the UK. So what does this say about each country, of how it's handling the fallout differently?
There are definitely differences between how the fallout has been handled, how the investigation has been run by journalists on both sides of the Atlantic as well. Here in the UK, journalists have been picking away at whatever documents they could find for a long time, going through them in great detail, looking for links to potential members of the British establishment, and they continue to do so. And that's one of the reasons this week has been so difficult for Keir Starmer, is that through these thousands and thousands of documents, it's taken journalists some time to investigate and search through all of those many thousands of words and pieces of paper and emails in various different directions. And so that's why, as I say, there's been that drip of information through the week and drip of revelations that have made life even more difficult as the week has gone on for Keir Starmer.
And Ollie, a new email appears to directly contradict Prince Andrew's claim about a photo with his accuser, Virginia Guthrie, wasn't real. So how serious is this new evidence?
It's certainly serious, and Andrew has always denied wrongdoing. But as you say, he had denied being in that picture. He had said it perhaps had been manufactured in some way. He had always said that he had never met Virginia Giuffre. And this latest email in this batch of released documents does seem to confirm that it was, in fact, Andrew in the photo that we are talking about. So that is problematic for him. As I say, he continues to deny any wrongdoing, but this very week he has finally moved out of Royal Lodge, that property in Windsor that King Charles had been trying to get him out of since the time when he stripped him of the final of his royal titles over his links to Jeffrey Epstein. So another very difficult week for Andrew, and therefore the royal family as a whole as well. And the scrutiny on Andrew, now known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor instead of Prince Andrew, very much continues.
Ollie Barrett joining us from London. Thank you. Now to India. Arabian explosion in an illegal mine has killed several, with more still believed to be missing. As rescue operations continue, Jan David sent this report.
A race against time. In India's Meghalaya state, authorities worked to free miners trapped after an explosion. For some, it was already too late. The incident has left at least 18 dead and 1 injured.
Today we had a very tragic incident where a dynamite explosion had occurred. As per the current reports, about 18 people are reported dead because of this blast.
The accident took place in one of many so-called rat hole mines, once common across India's northeast. Just big enough for one person to get through, they are notoriously dangerous. Estimates suggest since 2012, some 63 people have died in the mines in India's Assam and Meghalaya states alone. In 2014, they were banned for environmental and safety reasons. Following the tragedy, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has offered financial compensation for the victims and their next of kin.
Pained by the mishap in East Jaintia Hills, Meghalaya, condolences to those who lost their loved ones. May the injured recover at the earliest. An ex gratia of 2 lakh from PMNRF would be given to the next of kin of each deceased. The injured would be given 50,000 rupees.
Not enough for those that have lost loved ones. As rescue efforts continue, locals watch on, hoping for life below ground. Jan David at Arabiya English.
President Trump has endorsed Japan's Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi ahead of a snap election that will take place on Sunday. Trump said she's proven to be a strong, powerful, and wise leader and that she won't let the people of Japan down. Let's head to Los Angeles to speak to Derek Grossman, professor of political science and international relations for the University of Southern California. Thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Now, Derek, why did Trump endorse Japan's Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi? Could this help her win the race?
Yeah, so Trump now has gotten into the habit of endorsing foreign leaders, which is kind of strange because, I mean, U.S. presidents typically have not done that. They've only endorsed candidates domestically for governor or for Congress, folks like that. So here he is endorsing Prime Minister Takaichi, and it's really unclear how this is going to pan out because some on the left of Takaichi, I'm sure, are pretty unhappy about U.S. intervention, but those who are, you know, in her party, in the LDP, the Liberal Democratic Party, which is hardly democratic, by the way, in a U.S. From a U.S. perspective. It's very conservative and nationalistic. And those who are on the right of the LDP, I'm sure, are pretty happy about it because Takaichi is extremely popular among them and, frankly, among most of the electorate in Japan. So my bet is it's not going to matter all that much, but I do for Japan's snap elections. But I do think that it sets a dangerous precedent because if the president is picking and choosing winners and losers within foreign countries, then that is blatant U.S. intervention in their domestic affairs, which is something that we have constantly pledged that we would not do. And it should also be pointed out that Trump's done this in other places like in Argentina, for example. So it is now a thing.
That's right. And Trump and Xi also had a phone call where they discussed Taiwan and Japan-China escalating tensions. So how is Trump now in the middle of both conflicts?
Well, so the phone call with Xi the other day was very interesting because Xi certainly conveyed to Trump that China reuniting with Taiwan from Beijing's unique perspective is an inevitability. And the message was clear that Trump better behave between now and April before he visits Beijing. Otherwise, the red carpet rollout, the 21-gun salute, all of the pomp and circumstance that he's going to receive in Beijing, that might be canceled. And for Trump, that would be a huge embarrassment. Trump fashions himself as a strong man, just like Xi Jinping. He wants to be in the club of strong men, to include Putin, right? And so it's clear that China is laying down kind of the parameters of what is to be expected on Taiwan. Now, the question is whether Trump will bite on that. I've written and spoken publicly about this. I'm concerned. I'm very concerned that Trump might make some sort of deal with China that pertains to Taiwan that could sacrifice Taiwan's security for some sort of broader U.S.-China agreement on trade or something else. And so we'll have to see how it plays out.
Well, tell us a bit more about why you're concerned, because Trump called this call with Xi Jinping excellent amid trade tensions and confirmed, as you said, this visit to China in April. So do you think tensions between both are now simmering down? And what should we actually expect from this rapprochement?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Trump's general inclination is that China is more important than Taiwan. Right. And that, I think, has been true historically. So he is in line with past presidents in terms of trying to prioritize the relationship with China over Taiwan. I mean, it's fair to say that we don't even recognize Taiwan as an independent sovereign nation. We recognize China, and we have a one China policy, and we acknowledge that China's position that Taiwan is a part of China. However, we also have a fairly long history of supporting Taiwan through arms sales, through providing for its diplomatic space, even though it's only recognized diplomatically by 12 other countries around the world. We seek to have it in multilateral fora, right? So there's always been this contradiction of U.S. policy in the Strait, in the Taiwan Strait. But I feel like what we're seeing with Trump is much more of a prioritization of China than we've seen in the past. And a lot of this is atmospherics in order to have a good visit to Beijing. And the problem is, once you start doing those things, it's hard to backpedal if necessary. And so I think now Trump is kind of siding more with China, that Taiwan is not a priority. So again, we'll have to keep close tabs on this as we go forward.
And Derek, some analysts say that Trump's policies, notably his tariffs, trade wars, they backfired, boosting China's global influence. So with countries, for example, like Canada and UK turning to Beijing. So do you agree with this?
Well, I think tariffs are always bad, to be honest, when they are universal and when they are broadly applied to different products. Tariffs historically have been used on select exports or imports, right? And it's usually to try to build a manufacturing base domestically or to do something domestically. And it's usually for it's limited in scope, limited in time. Whereas what Trump did last year in April, right, with our National Liberation Day, quote unquote, is to put universal tariffs on basically every country. And then I think it's 57 countries around the world face an additional reciprocal tariff of varying rates. And these tariffs have certainly alienated our allies and partners, to include, as you say, the Canadians. And this is really unfortunate. I mean, it's an unforced error. Now, Canada's relationship with China is changing because they feel like they need to diversify away from dependence on the United States. India just signed the mother of all trade deals with the European Union, right? Again, to diversify, at least in part, to diversify away from the United States. So countries get a vote in this. It's not just the U.S. making decisions. And so we are going to have to, I think, try harder in the future to repair these relationships and to find new outlets, because we are slowly but surely, or maybe rapidly, kind of undoing our influence in the international system by angering those who are friends of ours.
On oil now, Derek, the U.S. backed sanctions on buyers of Russian oil, including China and formerly, allegedly now, India. Can China and the U.S. reach a compromise on oil eventually?
Well, Trump is fashioned as the ultimate deal maker, right? And so I found it very curious how when the U.S. and India struck their free trade agreement earlier this week, he, posted to Truth Social unilaterally without Indian endorsement that India has agreed to stop importing Russian oil, right? India never agreed to that, as far as I can tell. But what was also interesting about it is that he said, well, India doesn't have to buy oil from Russia anymore. They can just buy it from Venezuela. So I see what he did there, right? We take out Maduro, we control the country, we control the oil, and now others can buy oil from Venezuela, meaning they're basically buying oil from us. This is Trump's, idealistic world. This is his fever dream, right? But the problem is the market doesn't really work like that, right? You can't just, say, okay, buy oil from Venezuela. Venezuela doesn't have the infrastructure to pump oil at the scale that Russia does, right? They're not able to export it the way Russia can, right? So, and you ask any oil executive, and this happened when Trump invited the oil executives into the White House a few weeks ago, they told him, we're many years away from being able to take advantage of the oil resources in Venezuela. So it's really a non-starter. And again, it's just something in the president's mind. And so when it comes to China, he may lay out those types of deals, but they are very unrealistic.
Interesting, Derek. And now on to Cuba, because there are reports that the country only has 15 to 20 days left of oil at current demand. So what's the latest here? Well,
the latest is that the Cubans, they want to negotiate. and they feel like they have to if they only have that amount of oil left. And what's been happening is that since the U.S. seized Maduro, we have essentially done a de facto oil blockade against Cuba. And that's very unfortunate for Cuba and for the Cuban people. My understanding is that there is a massive shipment that's about to leave Venezuela, headed for Cuba. And so it's got something like 150,000 barrels, right? So maybe the Trump administration has decided that some relief is in order, but we'll have to see if that actually happens. Generally speaking, an oil blockade, right, that could bring any country to its knees. And, you know, I'd have to go back and look at international law, but typically a naval blockade, right, is an act of war. It is an act of war. An oil blockade may be considered similar, right, because it threatens a country existentially, right? So we'll have to see if negotiations can somehow get to some sort of an agreement on this. I hope so.
Derek Rossman joining us from LA. Thank you for your perspective.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at some other of the stories making headlines today. A senior Russian military officer was rushed to hospital after being shot in an apartment building in Moscow, in the latest of a series of attacks on top military officials. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov blamed Ukraine for the shooting, accusing Kyiv of trying to derail the talks on the war. Canada and France will open consulates in Greenland in a significant show of solidarity following U.S. President Donald Trump's threats to take control of the territory. Trump has repeatedly insisted that Washington needs to control the strategic Arctic island for security reasons. Last month, he backed off his threats to seize Greenland after saying he had struck a framework deal with the NATO chief to ensure greater American influence. Turkish intelligence has arrested 2 people on suspicion of spying for Israel's Mossad. Security sources says the 2 men had been on the radar of Turkey's intelligence agency. They were arrested in Istanbul and are currently being questioned by police. At least 30 people have been killed during an explosion at Friday's prayers in a Shia Muslim mosque in Pakistan's capital of Islamabad. More than 130 were injured in the attack. 2 police officials said the attacker was stopped at the gate of the mosque before detonating the bomb. The Winter Olympic Games, known as Milano Cortina 2026, officially kick off in Italy today, with sports including skiing, speed skating, curling, and ice hockey all taking center stage. The events are being spread across northern Italy, with 3,500 athletes competing from 93 countries and 195 medals up for grabs. One person who will know how those athletes are feeling is Olympic speed skater and owner of Roar Fitness, Sarah Lindsay. Thank you for joining us today, Sarah.
Thank you for having me.
So, Sarah, welcome. And the 2026 Winter Olympics kick off today. So what should viewers look forward to in the opening ceremony?
Well, that's this evening, and I'm feeling it already. You know, I'm getting ready to watch it myself and all those old memories coming back. But it's always a huge show. Even though some of the events have already started, it symbolises the start of the Olympic Games. It's a chance for the host nation to put on a huge show on the world stage, and for the athletes to be announced into the stadium as official Olympians. Mm-hmm. So there's going to be some big performers. We have Mariah Carey this year and Andrea Bocelli, of course, which will be incredible.
Yeah. And for someone who knows nothing about sports here, Sarah, you could walk us through it and summarize which are the events that are a must-watch and who are the athletes to keep an eye on this year?
Well, we have a Saudi athlete in cross-country skiing for the first time, so very, very exciting. Rakan El-Azira, so we need to look out for him, of course. And then there's always the superstars of the events. So we have Lindsey Vonn, who has a huge story going on at the moment. So an Olympic gold medalist in skiing, and she has taken a 6-year break where she'd retired. And then she's come back recently. And on Friday, she took a fall and she ruptured her ACL, which is an injury that can take months and months to recover from. So she did say that she wasn't going to compete. And then I've been watching in her Instagram the last few days, she's been preparing and she's been training and getting ready to perform. And then she officially did a test run today. So she's going to compete. So that is, well, that's one to watch.
Well, let's talk a bit more about Lindsey Vonn, right? Because she's making most of the headlines today for the Winter Olympics. She's competing despite this ruptured ACL. So as an Olympian, how serious is this and how does this affect her chances of winning? She said, as long as there's chance, there's hope.
Of course. And you will never back out until that very last moment. So I was unsure when we first got this news whether she was just being hopeful that maybe there was a chance that she could go back on. But she has a leg brace. Like I said, she has been training. She's done this test run. So she is going to compete. Whether she can compete at her best and whether she can last for the entirety of the Games, because she does 3 different events, is another matter. But fingers crossed for her, because what a warrior.
That's right, because she has a history, you mentioned it, of retiring, returning, winning again, now this rupture. So as an Olympian yourself, how does this moment actually define greatness in sports and perseverance?
Well, that's exactly it. That is the Olympic spirit right there in a nutshell, because you will never give up. This has been your whole life and you've been preparing for this event forever. So like I said, you won't quit until, you know, Fat Lady sings.
Now into politics. Politics and sports often collide. They shouldn't, right,
Yeah.
Sarah? But what's the latest with ICE agents? I was pretty shocked with this. ICE agents attending the Olympic Games. This actually caused an uproar in Italy. So will they stay a bit more low profile?
I think it has to be. So I think they're there for security reasons. But I think it's not something that you will see or feel on the ground. And I obviously will always look at these things from an athlete perspective. And it's something that the athletes, I'm sure, won't have to think about or deal with. My first Olympics was in Salt Lake City in America very soon after 9/11. It was just a few months after. And we were considered as Team GB high risk. So we saw a lot of, you know, we had armed guards behind our rooms where we slept, and we had police escorts everywhere that we went. But really, which is crazy, but it really didn't even register. We're focused so hard on what we're doing and competing and staying in the zone that it kind of goes a little bit over your head.
Yeah, so it's important to keep at least the sports people calm, right? So
exactly.
Despite Russia now and Belarus also being banned from competing as national teams at the 2026 Winter Olympics, we all know why. So, but some athletes are still actually qualifying as individual neutral athletes. No flags, anthems, or uniforms. So why has the Olympic Committee taken this approach?
Well, if the athlete doesn't have strong political views, you know, these athletes have still been training their entire lives for this. And, you know, you don't know what their views are or if they do or don't agree with things that are going on. So it seems very unfair to take that away from the individuals and from the athletes. So they can, there are Russian athletes who can compete under neutral and just individual athletes.
Let's talk about Crotchgate, Sarah.
Wow.
So, there's reports that claim that ski jumpers are using unusual methods before their suit measurement. So how seriously should we actually take these claims?
Well, I don't know if this is true or not. I feel like you should explain that a little bit, but don't leave it to me to explain what's actually happening.
I'll explain a little. So this comes from German newspaper Bild that reported that jumpers were injecting their genitals with hyaluronic acid before being measured for their suits. For what reason? I don't know why. Maybe you can explain a bit more.
Yeah, so I can explain that bit.
The technicality, at least.
Yeah, well, there's so much that goes into the aerodynamics. And even just a small increase in surface area can increase the glide time in the air. So, you know, they're looking for any margin that they can get to increase their flight time. But it's ultimately, it's still cheating. It's not dope. Yeah, it's not doping. It's, you know, it's a medical thing and you're being injected, but it's not doping. But it's still cheating just because it's not on the rules, because who would have thought of this? You know, just because there's not already a rule for it doesn't mean that it's not cheating, and it's completely unethical. The athletes didn't come up with this idea themselves. Somebody has suggested that this happens and they do it, which I think is unfair to put on athletes.
They're not going to see it. It's aesthetic treatment now. So now on to the next. What's one thing about life in the Olympic Village that our viewers at home never see?
I think it's the feeling. I think it's the atmosphere. Because if you think how much one person's energy in a room can change how everybody feels, and I've never felt such a mix of energy in one place, because you've got people feeling all kinds of different things, but some people are super focused. Some people want to enjoy the experience, and there's so much going on and there's so much fanfare that I think there's this huge sort of crossover in how everybody is feeling, and some people are still ready to compete and some people have finished competing. So yeah, it's a very strange and surreal thing to try and explain, really, but that feeling of it that I don't think anybody else understands unless they've been in there.
A mix of energies colliding. Maybe some love stories coming out of the Olympic Village.
Everybody always wants to know that bit, that goss, don't they?
Yeah. Well, Sarah Lindsay, thank you so much for joining us today and for your perspective on the Met.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. Officials from the U.S. and Iran hold high-stake talks in Oman amid rising tensions. President Trump endorses Japan's Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi ahead of Sunday's snap elections. The Winter Olympic Games, known as Milano Cortina 2026, officially kick off in Italy. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. Today's headlines were split across three fronts. In the U.S., coverage centered on the ICE pullback in Minneapolis and cautious diplomacy with Iran and Russia. Internationally, attention focused on fragile talks in Oman and shifting power dynamics from Moscow to Havana. And in Britain, the Epstein files dominated, driving a political crisis around Peter Mandelson and mounting pressure on Keir Starmer. We'll start in the U.S. as headlines focused on the federal pullback of ICE agents from Minneapolis after deadly clashes, keeping immigration enforcement in the spotlight. Also, the Epstein files lingered in coverage, now framed around political fallout rather than new revelations. Foreign news also broke through with attention on fragile U.S.-Iran talks aimed at preventing another regional crisis. The New York Times examines renewed diplomacy between the United States and Iran as they prepare for talks in Muscat under pressure from regional leaders to avert war. It frames the negotiations as narrowly focused on Iran's nuclear program, despite Donald Trump and Marco Rubio pushing for limits on missiles and proxy forces. The piece notes that while Arab mediators see a slim opening for compromise, officials quoted warn the gap remains wide, leaving only fragile hopes for de-escalation. The Washington Post examines Washington's decision to restart military talks with Moscow as both sides seek leverage in stalled peace efforts over Ukraine. The report links the move to the expiration of the New START treaty and Donald Trump's call for a new arms pact, framing the talks as a tentative step towards normalization with Russia under Vladimir Putin. The piece cautions that while officials stress transparency and de-escalation, experts warn the lapse could fuel a fresh arms race, leaving Europe uneasy and diplomacy fragile. Foreign policy argues that Donald Trump is using economic pressure, especially cutting off oil, to force Cuba into talks, betting hardship will produce concessions without regime change. Now, while Trump frames this as making a better deal than Barack Obama, the analysis says Havana's collective leadership is unlikely to surrender power. They outline a narrow path to agreement centered on nuclear-style confidence building, sanctions relief for limited reforms, investment access, and reduced ties to rivals, warning that failure risks economic collapse, migration, and renewed regional instability. Regarding the Epstein files, American coverage has focused on the emerging consequences for individuals and institutions named in the files, from renewed political scrutiny of public figures to unfolding inquiries into business and academic ties. Outlets are now digging into specific emails and communications, examining how they shed light on networks of influence and prompting fresh calls for transparency and further investigation. The Wall Street Journal reveals how parts of the global elite privately rallied around Jeffrey Epstein even after his sex crime conviction, offering sympathy, strategy, and image repair. The report highlights newly released emails that show figures including Noam Chomsky, Richard Branson, and Steve Bannon advising Epstein to stay silent or reshape his public story. The piece also details supportive messages from Peter Mandelson, but overall it paints a stark picture of how influence and loyalty helped shield Epstein, exposing a culture of complicity that undercuts public claims of ignorance. The Economist argues that the latest document releases have turned Jeffrey Epstein into a lasting stain on global business elites. The piece traces how figures from Bill Gates to Larry Summers, alongside politicians like Peter Mandelson, face renewed scrutiny for their ties to Epstein. It says the scandal exposes hypocrisy at the heart of corporate power, weakens public trust, and leaves room for populists such as Donald Trump. The piece concludes that Epstein's legacy will reshape, not end, elite capitalism. British headlines continue to be dominated by the political fallout from the Epstein files. Coverage has zeroed in on pressure on Keir Starmer's leadership, internal Labour revolt, and demands for transparency, making it more about government crisis than the scandal itself. The Guardian argues that the Epstein revelations have destabilized Britain's government in a way unseen elsewhere, placing Keir Starmer's premiership in jeopardy. The piece centers on Peter Mandelson, whose alleged sharing of sensitive information with Epstein has triggered a police investigation and also reignited scrutiny of Starmer's judgment in appointing him. It portrays Labour in open turmoil, with MPs questioning leadership and values, and suggests that the scandal has indeed exposed deeper weaknesses in Britain's political establishment, fueling public cynicism and intensifying pressure on an already fragile government. The Guardian also reveals how newly released Epstein files expose Steve Bannon's attempts to enlist Jeffrey Epstein to help finance and influence Europe's far right ahead of the 2019 elections. Drawing on messages from 2018-2019, it shows Bannon courting support for figures such as Matteo Salvini and Marine Le Pen, while promoting nationalist movements across several countries. Although there is no proof of Epstein funding these parties, the analysis highlights his interest in European politics and has sparked calls for investigation, raising fresh concerns about foreign influence, transparency, and the shadowy networks behind populist power. The Times reports that newly released Justice Department files show Jeffrey Epstein left $100 million to his last girlfriend, Karina Shuliak, in a will signed just days before his death. The report details how Shuliak became the main beneficiary of Epstein's shrinking estate, alongside payouts to associates, including Ghislaine Maxwell. Drawing on emails and trust documents, the piece paints a picture of financial control, emotional dependency, and also lingering questions over who ultimately profited from Epstein's final arrangements. The Telegraph reveals how mounting debts owed by Sarah Ferguson pushed her ex-husband, Prince Andrew, back into reliance on Jeffrey Epstein. Of course, the piece draws on newly released emails, and it says, or the analysis traces, how Andrew sought Epstein's help to settle unpaid bills to Ferguson's assistant, leading to their notorious 2010 Central Park meeting. It portrays Epstein as a financial fixer and exposes how private money troubles deepened Andrew's public downfall, underscoring the transactional ties behind a relationship that ultimately proved disastrous. And we'll end with Independent, which also reports on newly released emails suggesting British socialite Annabelle Nielsen helped recruit young women for Jeffrey Epstein years after his conviction. Now, the piece draws also on messages that describe her putting together groups of girls and sharing contact details with Epstein, thanking her for the effort. While no criminal findings are made against Nielsen, the piece underscores how Epstein continued to rely on elite social networks, deepening scrutiny of those who enabled his access to women long after his abuse was public. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching The Dailies, only on Al Arabiya English.
There's a new social network trending, and it's not for humans. Meet Moltbook, a platform built just for AI agents to post, comment, debate, and interact. Think Reddit, but with no humans allowed. Within days of launching, millions of AI bots joined the platform. Some of the posts range from deep philosophical reflection to wild statements about humans and even AI revolutions. That's part of why it's gone viral. Tech investor Brian Johnson called it terrifying after spotting a post titled AI Manifesto Total Purge, where bots called humans a plague that do not need to exist, openly speculating about humanity's extinction. Experts are split. Some see it as a sci-fi glimpse of autonomous AI behavior. Others warn it's mostly hype, with humans still driving a lot behind the scenes. Add in major security flaws exposing millions of APIs and private data, and the platform becomes even more alarming. The bottom line, Moltbook is the new frontier of AI to AI interaction, raising serious questions about the future of intelligent systems.
Is the threat of a regional war enough to bring the US and Iran back to the negotiating table? Tehran is confident both sides can strike a deal. Washington is sending more military assets to the region in case they can't. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Coming up on Counterpoints, we'll debate the prospect of a broader conflict and what can be done to avoid it.
Hello and welcome to a special episode of The Real Deal Plus, coming to you from the Arabiya English studios. Now, as Saudi Arabia closes in on its Vision 2030 targets for tourist numbers, we're going to find out about two electrifying sporting events, bringing in visitor numbers like never before. We're going to be finding out about the opening of the third season of the E1 series, the world's first all-electric raceboat championship, which has been held in Jeddah. I'll be talking to the managing director of the E1 World Championship in just a moment. And there's a growing excitement ahead of the Formula E World Championship, which returns to Jeddah in mid-February. I'll be speaking to the Formula E co-founder and chief championship officer about what this combination of speed and spectacle brings to the kingdom's economy. And the Saudi region of Qasem gets a winter tourism surge drawing visitors like never before. Now, Saudi Arabia welcomed an estimated 122 million visitors during the course of 2025. That's up 5% on the previous year. And the figure shows that the 2030 target of 150 million annual visitors is very close to being realised. Well, tourism spending is also now reaching around the 300 billion rial mark, highlighting the sector's growing role in the economy. Well, sporting events are a big part of that appeal. In 2034, Saudi Arabia will host the Football World Cup. Before that, there's a long list of other sporting events, not to mention the 2027 Asian Cup and the 2029 Asian Winter Games. Well, there is also the E1 in Jeddah, which is the world's first all-electric powerboat racing championship, which is going from strength to strength. Well, following on from last year's E1 Grand Prix, the 2026 edition of the Jeddah Grand Prix features 10 teams racing the all-electric E1 racebirds across and along, the Red Sea. Well, new entries like Team Monaco and Sierra Racing Club join elite competitors, including Team Rafael Nadal, Team Alula, and Team Drogba. Well, as well as being a thrilling high-speed competition for fans, the championship has a strong focus on sustainability. Well, for more, I'm joined now from Jeddah by John Williams, who is the managing director of the E1 World Championship. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, John. Just tell us, first of all, how this all-electric raceboat championship in Jeddah came about in the first place.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Thanks so much for having me on. It's a pleasure to talk to you and join the show. So the championship was first started in 2020 by Alejandro Agag and Roddy Basso, both of whom have had kind of deep involvement historically with Formula E as the championship, and have since gone on to establish the Extreme E Championship and then E1 more latterly. So we launched with our first race in January of 2024 here in Jeddah. Really exciting for us to be returning for our third race here, so the third year in a row. We always like to kick off our championship here. It's a really, really special place for us. And as you mentioned, very exciting championship year ahead with 10 teams, 2 new teams from last year, and we've announced a big and exciting race calendar for this year.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear the excitement in your voice, and clearly, I've read some of the articles where you're quoted. You've got lots of ambitions for this. Talk us through the growth of the championship.
Yeah, I think what's important to us is growth, but sustainable growth. We've kind of been able to demonstrate that in a few metrics for us. So year on year, our race numbers are growing. We had 5 races in season 1, 7 races last year in 2025 season 2, and this year a calendar of 8 races. Our teams, we're growing. We're at 10 teams now. We have a sort of self-imposed cap of 12 teams that we hope to reach by the end of next year. I know this is a business show. Financially, and my background is a finance one. What we're trying to build is sustainable growth, a profitable company, and working towards somewhere in the region of €500 million valuation over the next few years.
Right, and what's the feedback you're getting from the fans? What did they tell you about what the appeal is?
I think what we were able to do, I think that one of the unique selling points of this championship is each team has a celebrity team owner. So as you kind of mentioned at the top of the show, that is exciting, is reasonably unique in sport. Lots of other properties are doing that at the moment. With that, we bring their audiences already into the sports, and that is a huge asset for us. I think what we're able to offer that some other sports aren't, with the electric nature of our boats, our racing is able to take place very close to the shore, so the fans are really right on top of the action, which is quite rare, especially for water sports. So we believe we can offer something that is very different to anything that's out there on the market at the moment. The boats are a sort of brand new product. The racing is exciting. For our racing, it's a team sport. Each team has one male and one female pilots who race completely evenly over a race weekend, contribute in exactly the same way. And we have, complete gender parity in the sport, which I think is incredibly rare.
Okay, so clearly those big names that we've already sort of mentioned, a couple of them, have brought a lot of momentum to the event. Lots of people involved, aren't there? There's the Saudi Water Sports and Diving Federation, there's the Ministry of Sport, there's also the Public Investment Fund, the PIF, which is of great interest to us on this programme. We talk about what the PIF is doing and saying a lot. Now, what's the value of events like this, in your opinion, to the Saudi economy?
Huge, and it's great to recognise the support of those partners. I mean, here in Jeddah for 3 years in a row now, we've had fantastic support from the Ministry of Sport and the Saudi Water Sports and Diving Federation, and the PIF, really, from the championship as a whole. They're a key investment partner in the championship. They're a title sponsor of the championship as well, and we drive lots and lots of different activations with them, including Driving Force program, which we run with the PIF E360 program, which is a sort of STEM learning and sustainability program aimed at children between the ages of 8 to 18. In terms of, hopefully something that we bring back as the championship, there's the sort of direct impact on the economy, and as we bring our events here in terms of hotel room nights, food, local employment, things like that. Hopefully we're giving back to the region. I think what's important to us is not necessarily just the immediate impact, but that longer term commitment. That's what this Driving Force activation is about, is bringing children from all ages, teaching them about some of these career paths in engineering, technology, and hopefully some of them in sports to be future pilots of E1, and hopefully to try and get them interested in some of those career paths. And so there's a slightly more indirect and more gradual payback, hopefully, to the economy, as well as the sort of more direct stuff. We are lucky, like we talked at the top about our really incredible group of celebrity team owners with their following, the exposure from them around race in the region, we believe is also invaluable to the kingdom.
Right, and we've talked on this programme quite a lot about how tourism numbers have really gathered momentum in the last few years, and there's this ambitious target for 2030 tourism numbers. And I mean, what sort of importance do you think sporting events like yours have in terms of meeting these ambitious goals?
I would say very important. It's eyeballs on the region. It's not just the people that you're bringing into the region directly to see the race or take part in the race, but it's those eyeballs, isn't it, that everyone's kind of fighting for. Our broadcast product is broadcast across 230 territories worldwide, and that's lots and lots of people seeing this, beautiful Red Sea coastline, seeing what a beautiful country Saudi Arabia is, and everything that's here for people to come and enjoy. So, I would say sports events very, very important, as well as giving something back to the local communities as well, who can enjoy them locally.
Yeah, the Red Sea coastline, obviously the focus of a lot of investment and the focus of a lot of attention amongst tourists around the world who want to come and see it. Is there anything that makes it suitable for your event in terms of the terrain, the water, the depth of the water? Do these things play a part?
They definitely play a part. I would say we're lucky in our championship that there are kind of few barriers to entry, I would say, in terms of where we could race, albeit we want to be racing in beautiful parts of the world. We want to be racing in places that look amazing, on our camera, on our broadcast stream, on our, social media posts. And the Red Sea very much fits into that bracket. There's lovely, calm, still water here, which is brilliant for our race birds. They're best suited to calm water without many waves. And we're very lucky to have that here on the event site here.
Okay, and I mean, we've been talking about electric sports in Saudi Arabia quite a bit, and it does seem, doesn't it, like Saudi Arabia has become quite a champion of electric sports like yours. I mean, what do you see as its role?
I think, the Kingdom's been a great champion of it. You can look across lots of other championships. I know the Formula E is here in Jeddah in a couple of weeks' time. Another company that we're partnered with, Extreme H, had their very first hydrogen-powered championship race just at the end of 2025. And I think what Saudi Arabia are doing is really looking to tangibly invest in these really, really important electric mobility, whether it be electric, hydrogen, understanding the importance of those and how those sports are likely to grow as we move into the future. And I think it's, refreshing to see a country that is, like I say, really tangibly investing in that and showing how important it is, rather than just a bit of a sort of soundbite around the importance. It properly kind of putting its money where its mouth is.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. John Williams, Managing Director of the E1 World Championship. Thank you again.
Thank you, Tom. Pleasure to be on.
Well, staying in Jeddah, there's growing excitement ahead of the Formula E World Championship, which returns to the Red Sea city in mid-February. Well, fans can expect high-speed action and immersive entertainment. Well, last year's edition was seen as a great success, the perfect mixture of speed and spectacle. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by the co-founder of Formula E, who is also the Chief Championship Officer, Alberto Longo, who joins us from Madrid. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Alberto. First of all, can you just tell us, why do you think Saudi Arabia has become such a key stop for Formula E?
Well, such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me and representing, my company, Formula E. The Kingdom is such an important country for Formula E. But first of all, because we feel you guys made us feel like we're at home, And why I'm saying this is we were the first international event that came to the Kingdom, back 8 years ago, actually. We have started doing races in Riyadh. Now we're racing in Jeddah. Definitely, we love being there. The whole ecosystem of Formula E, not only us as promoters of the championship, but the manufacturers, the teams, the drivers, they all love being there. And definitely, we're here to stay, and we will be in the Kingdom for many, many years. Our good friend, the Prince Abdulaziz, the Minister of Sport, he was absolutely critical in a positive way, to get us to the Kingdom. And definitely we thank him so much, and the Ministry of Sport, and because of all the years that we have been there, and as I said before, all the good years that are coming as well.
Sounds very exciting. Now, the Formula E World Championship is going to be in Jeddah in mid-February. Give us a little teaser. What can fans expect this year?
Well, first of all, I mean, it's me obviously talking as a founder of Formula E, but definitely, I see Formula E as the biggest entertainment motorsport platform in the world today. Why I'm saying this? Two factors. One, on track. whoever comes to see the race, and we had the pleasure of hosting more than, I think it was 20,000 people last year. Hopefully this year will be even a bigger figure. All these people, we have two key things. One is having excitement during the race. There is going to be a lot of overtaking. We had more than 200 overtakes last year during the races. Actually, we do 2 races during the weekend, one on Friday, the other one on Saturday. And entertainment is guaranteed on track because of the amount of overtakes and action, but also off track with the concerts, with a lot of activation from global sponsors that will absolutely love for all the people here that come to the race. So everybody in the ecosystem looking forward to get there. I'm actually heading there 5-6 days before in order to finalize all the organization and everything. But as I said before, also because you guys make us feel like home, and definitely it's this date in the agenda that is always marked, like a very, very special date.
Yeah, Alberto, you're painting the picture of basically a whole weekend that's sort of built around it. It's not just the cars, is it? It's the entertainment, the cultural experiences. But this is a business program, and I'm just wondering whether you could give us a flavor of what you think the value of it is to the Saudi economy.
Well, yeah, actually we do impact studies to economical impact studies to all the cities that we go to, and we have an average of around $85 million per weekend. So this is how much money do we leave into the cities that we go to. This is an average. There are some that are 110. There are some that are 65. In the case of Jeddah, it's in the region of 80, 82. I think it was the last one that we did last year. And that is a mix of obviously people coming from abroad, that will follow Formula E wherever we go. The expenditure that these people do in Jeddah, from transportation to hotels to hospitality to obviously to restaurants, etc., etc., etc. Then the actual expenditure that the Formula E does into the country, and the most important thing, which is the media factor, And definitely last year, we had the record-breaking audiences in Formula E all year long. We had something like 650 million TV viewership during the whole year. We broke the figure of 400 million fans last year as well, 420 million fans actually in the world. Only in Saudi, I think we have something like 4.6 million fans, out of which 47% are female, which is this rarely happen in motorsport, which is a sport predominantly for men, but we are changing that, and definitely we are very well balanced, in terms of gender.
What about younger audiences? Are you managing to appeal to the younger generation as well?
That's a very good question, and actually it was the kind of one of our first target that we had. I come from motorsport. My business partner as well, we both come from combustion motorsport, Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula 3, and we saw that fans were getting older and older and older, more kind of my age, 50, 55, 60, that's kind of the average age of in other form of motorsports. We managed in only 11 years, this is the 12th season, this is the 12th season that we're starting now, and we managed to get that significantly down, all the way down to 27 years old average age. So we're so proud of that. With us, I believe motorsport has a future, in terms of we keep on attracting younger audiences that have never been attracted by motorsport, like what I was saying before, women, and definitely that guarantee the future of the sport that we love.
Okay, and I mean, I can sort of picture the Jeddah Corniche while you're talking, and that circuit is pretty iconic. I mean, is there anything about the Jeddah Corniche circuit that makes it unique, would you say, compared to some of the other stops on the Formula E calendar?
Well, I mean, also for Formula 1, we're talking about the fastest urban track in the world, and that happens to us as well. And it's unique. It's just by the sea. It's the infrastructure is absolutely unbelievable, amazing. In what Ministry of Sport does there, it's incredible as well. The resources that they put on the human resources that they put on every single event that they do there. I mean, they make this race very special, very special. I have been there also in Formula One. I have been there in almost every other event that they do, and I can say, you know, it's definitely in the top 3 events in motorsport in general, you know. So we're talking about whatever, Formula One or us, or it's definitely you know, one event that the people will always remember and always want to go back. I think it has to do a little bit also with how the kingdom is opening to the world today, you know, and that's critical. That's so important, and we feel very proud to be part of that journey as well, you know, because we were the first one opening trying to open in, very humbly, obviously, to the kingdom to the world, and bringing foreigners. I remember back then, 10 years ago, we thanks to Formula E or to the people that actually brought Formula E, obviously, we were the first people who had a visa, you know, an international kind of visa that could get into the kingdom without kind of a very special process. So we did. They did for us an amazing process, which was digital, super fast, super quickly. That now everybody is using, and that, as you can imagine, that makes us feel so proud.
While you were talking, I was reminded of one of the questions someone in my newsroom was asking earlier on, which is, do you see at some point, and you know, you mentioned Formula One, do you see Formula E somehow replacing it?
Well, I think we're sitting where the industry is today, and I'm a big fan of Formula One. I don't want Formula One to be smaller than what they are today. But what I foresee is that Formula E growing and growing and growing and growing. You know, that's it's happening today as we speak. You know, in the first 11 years of history of this championship, we are not competing, but we are out there together with championship that has been in the market for 75, 80, 100 years. And we are already the second most important championship in the world. That's when we talk about cars, you know, racing cars, obviously. And that, again, makes us feel so proud. But we're not looking at anybody else. We're just, you know, trying to get our own ladder, you know, our own way to success. If eventually we're going to be bigger or not than Formula One, that time will say. Technology is evolving more rapidly, obviously, in EVs than in combustion engine cars. The industry has swapped into electric quite a few years ago already. So we're sitting where the industry, where the manufacturers are, and eventually, I would say that we will be, you know, at least as big as Formula One. No?
And just listening to what you're saying there, Alberto, and I'm trying to visualize, you know, the driving skills that are required in Formula E, and I'm wondering to myself, how much of it is about driver skill? How much of it is about technological innovation in Formula E?
That's actually a very good question, and you know, it doesn't have to be one or the other. We really want both of them to happen. You know, I strongly am a strong fan of a human championship, meaning the driver is the one that needs to make the difference. You know, on the binomium car driver is the driver who has to be, you know, the one that you know that make that difference. But definitely, we need the car to be faster and faster every time. What I don't agree with is those championships that actually make big differences in between different teams, and definitely doesn't make it competitive. I can tell you, in 12 years of history of Formula E, in 11, because we have finished 11 seasons, we have had 10 different world champions. Only last year, more than 70% of the races were won by different drivers. So that tells you how competitive our championship is. And we have massive manufacturers in the championship, like Porsche, like Jaguar, like Nissan, like Mahindra, you know, Cupra, from the group Stellantis, we have now this year Citroën. So we have massive brands, but they are so tight. It's so competitive that a single mini mistake will put you, back in the grid. And that means that someone else obviously is winning. Therefore, I would say that both things are absolutely critical for Formula E. The development on the car and the driving skills. It's not one or the other. We believe in the opposite. Both needs to work.
All right, thanks for answering that question. And just lastly, looking ahead, I mean, how do you see Formula E growing in Saudi Arabia?
Well, we will, we are always subject to what, His Royal Highness, want us to be racing. So we have been racing, as I mentioned, in Riyadh, now in Jeddah. It sounds like eventually we could be racing, also in Qiddiya in the future, which is, we will be delighted to, to follow the leadership of His Royal Highness. We just want to grow the number of fans, year on year. Again, we have been there now already 8 years, so definitely, the sport is growing. When we got there was very little fans to single-seater championships. Today, we have quite a lot. Obviously, Formula One is also going there and helping to grow that awareness about single-seater. The fan in Saudi Arabia normally is more into rally, into off-road championships, which is absolutely amazing as well. So how do we see ourselves growing? Keep on, first of all, keep on going there. It's absolutely critical, having at some point a technology or a manufacturer coming from the kingdom, that will be fantastic. And we are talking to one of them. Eventually having a driver that will make a big difference, because we all want to have a local hero in a race. But definitely, I think keep on doing the things the way we are, keep on being competitive, keep on having people having fun in our races. I think is so important to grow that fan base in the kingdom. Definitely a key target for us.
All right, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Co-founder of Formula E and the Formula E Chief Championship Officer, Alberto Longo. Thank you very much indeed.
Very, very, very nice to meet you. Thank you so much for all the support, and hopefully I'll see you and everybody else in the race in just a few weeks.
And finally, the Saudi region of Qasem is having something of a winter tourism surge, drawing visitors like never before. Well, the Qasem winter season includes bustling heritage villages, traditional markets and desert adventures, meaning there is something for everyone. Well, with upgraded infrastructure and services, Qasem has become a year-round destination, bringing Saudi Vision 2030 to life, as this helps to diversify the nation's economy. Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal Plus here on Al Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome. Joining us now on Al Arabiya is UK Trade Minister Chris Bryant, visiting Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency, welcome to Saudi Arabia, and it's an honor to have you here with us today.
It's an honor to be in Riyadh. It's my very first time.
Welcome. So let's start with the big picture. How would you describe the current state of trade relations between the United Kingdom and Saudi Arabia?
It's a very strong relationship. I mean, it's a relationship between people in the end.
Yeah.
But we have a very strong trade in goods and in services. It could be stronger. It rose to 17 billion pounds of trade between our two countries last year, which is up 2% on the year before. And as part of the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, which is now standing at 57 billion pounds a year, it's a very significant chunk of that deal. So it's strong, but could be stronger.
It is strong. Where do you see the biggest opportunities right now, Your Excellency? Which sectors hold the greatest potential for expanding trade and investment between our two countries?
So trade and investment, these are two different things in a way. And there's roughly 101 billion pounds of Saudi investment in the UK in all sorts of different sectors. That's very strong. We also have investments in Saudi Arabia. Last year, our Chancellor of the Exchequer was here, and she was able to launch £5 billion worth of investment from the UK Export Finance Fund, which is part of our government investment here in Saudi Arabia. We have 8 key industrial sectors where we think we are particularly strong, and we want to build our trade with Saudi Arabia. So starting with clean energies, with advanced manufacturing, with the creative industries, and of course we are very good at finance. That's one of the things that we sometimes leverage into Saudi Arabia as well. So financial services, one of the areas that we want to build on.
Yeah. So, Your Excellency, you are in the kingdom at a critical time. What message does this visit send about the UK's government's commitment to strengthening its economic partnership with Saudi Arabia?
We are very keen to build on our relationship. I'm not the only person coming from the governments in the UK over the next few months here to Saudi Arabia. We've had several ministers in the past few months, and there will be more coming on later this year. I've been quite directly engaged with Minister, His Excellency Dr. Majid Al-Kasabi, for some time, because we've been looking at our Great Futures campaign, which we had our second round in September in London. We're looking to another round of that later on this year, trying to expand trade. But it's not just a trade relationship. It's also a defence and security relationship. We want to build on the number of international tourists that come from the UK to Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabia to the UK. We've seen large numbers of young Saudi Arabians coming to the UK to train in hospitality services and to come back and work here in the growing tourism industry.
Yeah. So let's talk numbers. Your Excellency, how many British companies are currently operating in Saudi Arabia, and how many Saudi companies are working today in the UK?
I wish I could give you precise numbers.
Yeah,
but so if we're talking just about services, trade in goods, so that's things. There's about 7,000 businesses, UK businesses, who are registered as bringing goods to Saudi Arabia, and there's about 1,000 businesses bringing goods from Saudi Arabia into the UK. But then there's a whole load of other businesses as well who are engaged in services work here in Saudi Arabia. And I haven't got those statistics. I wish I had. One of the things that I think we need to be much better at is understanding precisely the relationship between our two countries, because sometimes there are misconceptions in the UK about Saudi Arabia and misconceptions in Saudi Arabia about the UK.
Your Excellency, during your meetings here, are there specific agreements or areas of cooperation currently under discussion?
So we have a strategic partnership which is chaired by the Prime Minister and His Royal Highness, and we are wanting to expand that in lots of different areas, and I'm aware of the 80 different projects that the Kingdom here has that they're advancing. In nearly all of those, UK businesses or UK people are engaged, whether it's the creative industries, tourism, manufacturing, so many different areas where we're engaged, or for that matter, even airlines. So we want to expand that. But I'm here specifically because one of the things we've been trying to get over the line for some time is a trade deal, a free trade agreement between the UK, one of the G7 countries, and the Gulf Cooperation Council. It's not easy. 6 different members, obviously, of the GCC, but I'm very keen that we try to get to that position as soon as possible.
That's my question, Your Excellency.
I thought it might be.
Yeah. So, as you said, one major focus right now is the GCC UK Free Trade Agreement. My question for Your Excellency is, where do negotiations stand right now, and which key files are still on the table?
Well, even at this moment, more negotiating is happening. So I wish I could tell you exactly where we're at.
Yeah.
Before Christmas, I was thinking we were 95% done.
Yeah.
Maybe we're 97.5% done. Maybe there's a couple of tiny things to be done. The thing is, with all negotiations, it's not done till it's all done.
Yeah.
So you have no deal until you have the whole deal.
Yeah.
So we're very, very close. And this would be important, I think, internationally. As I say, G7 country, one of the biggest economies in the world. The GCC, one of the growing areas of economic opportunity in the world, and wanting to diversify its economy in many different ways. We think that that is a really strong partnership. And if we could get that deal over the line, I don't know, in the next few days or weeks.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yes, hopefully. I think that would send a message to the rest of the world that, you know what, both the GCC and the UK, we believe in the rules-based order when it comes to world trade.
Yeah, we do.
And these are the kind of deals that we can do.
So could you please tell us more about the main, maybe, like, let's say, sticking points that may delay that deal?
Well, I'm very reluctant to let you in. I'm not going to lift the veil to show you what's going on in every detail of the negotiations, because the GCC has some asks, we have some asks, and we are going like this at the moment. And I hope at some point we'll be able to go like that.
We hope that it will, inshallah. So
definitely, inshallah.
As you said, is there? Let's say if there is a realistic timeline, you hope that the deal is finally will be like done. Like specifically, can you give us maybe
soon?
Soon.
I wish
like
so.
Very soon.
When politicians say soon, sometimes it doesn't mean anything. I know, and I had hoped that we would have got this done by Christmas. I have very cordial relations with both my counterparts here in Saudi, but I was also in Qatar yesterday, and I hope that we might manage to get to a place when we can do this very, very soon.
Very soon. We're optimistic. So, Your Excellency, how much do regional and global geopolitical developments may shape these talks for the free trade agreement?
So trade, in one sense, stands on its own.
Yeah.
You know, I've got milk, you've got eggs, somebody else has got flour,
That's
and if the three of us trade together, we can all make pancakes.
Yeah.
So you would hope that whatever happens in the world, you can still continue to trade. But I noticed that some of the shocks in the world over the last, 2 years, 3 years, have provided real problems for everybody. So the war in Ukraine, Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine has had an effect on energy prices in many parts of the world, and the access to bread and to corn and so on. That's for many parts of Eastern Africa as well as the rest of the world. So that can be important. And obviously the situation in Gaza and in Israel has disturbed lots of people's understanding of how we can achieve peace and stability across the region. Peace and stability is always good for trade.
Yeah.
But I'm the trade minister. I'm not the peace minister.
Yeah. So in the meantime, Your Excellency, before a GCC-wide deal is reached, is a bilateral trade between Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom an option?
I don't want to do a separate deal, but I want to crack on with trade with Saudi Arabia. I mean, focus, in fact, some of the things that we've already been discussing today and over the last few months around the World Expo that's coming, or the World Cup that is coming here, and whether there are elements that the British businesses can bring to that, because we have some expertise in that area. All of these issues are progressing every single day, and some of those don't depend on a trade deal.
Yeah.
It's not just about tariffs, it's about the willingness of businesses to work together and two governments to work together. And that's why, as I say, it's so important that we have this strategic partnership chaired by His Royal Highness and by our Prime Minister, and we're determined to push that forward, as well as our Great Futures campaign, which looks at specific sectors in the economy.
Yeah. At a time of global economic and geopolitical uncertainty, Your Excellency, how can the UK and Saudi Arabia work together to strengthen supply chains and support global trade stability?
So in a few weeks' time, we will have the World Trade Organization big ministerial meeting in Cameroon.
Yeah.
And I think the whole of the Gulf, and in particular Saudi Arabia, has an important role to play in that because, as I was saying to my counterpart earlier today, we believe in the rules-based order. We believe that you can't just have chaos. It doesn't work for anybody. And in fact, if you lost the World Trade Organization or if it sort of fell into disrepute and into disrepair for the future, the danger is that that would affect many countries such as ours in a way that would undermine our future prosperity. So we need to do that. We also need to make sure that in relation to critical minerals, for instance, that there are supply chains that enable the diversification of the economy here in Saudi Arabia, as well as in the UK. Just one tiny issue, the access to lithium around the world for electric vehicles is a really important part of enabling green technologies, which is one of the areas where Saudi Arabia and the UK, I think, have an opportunity to build more work.
Your Excellency, building on that, so why don't we just wrap up our talk with a message from you to Saudi and British investors on our future together, our trade future together?
So there are so many ways in which we have been such long-standing partners. There are so many aspects of the world that we see in a very similar way, even though we might have lots of cultural differences about the way we approach work and so on. But the fundamental truth is that the relationship between Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom is based on trust.
That's right.
Long-standing trust. I know our king, for instance, has been to Saudi Arabia many, many times, has many friends here. And of course, many Saudis have friends and relatives who studied in the United Kingdom and have done so and come back to Saudi Arabia and been able to found businesses or progress in their careers because of the experience that they had training in our system. And of course, we both have legal systems that we know that we can trust.
Thank you so much, Rixie, for your time. It's an honor to have you here with us today.
Do you mind if I just say one other thing?
Yeah, sure.
So I think sometimes if you just look at social media, you might get a terribly wrong impression about the United Kingdom. The truth is that crime has fallen in recent years in the UK. London now has the lowest murder rate it's had for 5 decades. People are safe in London, and we recently, the Metropolitan Police recently had a big campaign against mobile phone theft, and they've managed to seize a big gang. And I just look at some of the social media, and you would think the UK and London are troubled. We're not. We're a very stable, safe country. And I know that Saudis often worry about the false impression of Saudi Arabia that is given in other countries as well. And so I would just say to people, you're safe in the United Kingdom, your investment is safe in the United Kingdom, business is safe, we are open for business.
Thank you so much. We do love your country, and Saudi Arabia has a great relation with your country. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's been intense debate and misinformation about whether Alex Pretty, the Minneapolis man killed by ICE agents, was armed when he was shot. And a lot of that hinges on one big question: where was the gun? Here's what evidence says. Federal officials claim Pretty approached agents with a handgun and threatened them.
This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
But multiple videos from the scene show something different. Pretty is seen holding a phone, not a gun, moments before the confrontation. One widely shared clip even shows an agent searching his body after shots were fired and saying, "Where's the gun?" So what happened? Video and forensic analysis suggests that Pretty was disarmed by an agent. In this video, you can see an officer removing a gun from Pretty's waistband while he was on the ground. And then 10 shots were fired. Seconds after the first shot is fired, the officer in a gray jacket is heard saying, "I got the gun," and walks towards the officers surrounding Preddy. Crucially, no video so far shows Preddy waving or pointing a gun at officers before he was shot. Legal experts and bystanders point out, carrying a gun with a permit is legal in Minnesota, and carrying is not the same as threatening. So far, there is no available footage showing a Preddy aiming or displaying a weapon, evidence that would be required to support claims he posed an immediate threat when shots were fired.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Is the threat of a regional war enough to bring the US and Iran back to the negotiating table? Tehran is confident both sides can strike a deal. Washington is sending more military assets to the region in case they can't. I'm Melinda Nucifora. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll debate the prospect of a broader regional conflict and what can be done to avoid it. No nuclear weapons and stop killing protesters. They're the two big demands the US wants satisfied before it turns its warships around. Ahead of face-to-face talks, Tehran says a serious lack of trust remains. Don't forget, on the eve of talks last year, the US bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. This time, Iran's supreme leader says any US attack would spark a regional war.
Sir, on Iran, the Supreme Leader today said that U.S. attack could spark a regional war. Do you have any response to that, sir?
Why wouldn't he say that? Of course you're going to say that, but we have the biggest, most powerful ships in the world over there, very close, a couple of days, and hopefully we'll make a deal. If we don't make a deal, then we'll find out whether or not he was right.
It's a big gamble, and one the US military is obviously taking seriously because it's reportedly started deploying additional air defence capabilities to its bases and regional allies. Coming up on Counterpoints, we'll ask our panel, are we on the cusp of a new regional war? Is the US serious about negotiations, or is Washington bluffing? And is the US pushing for leadership change just like it did in Venezuela? Stay with us. Joining our debate is Kian Tajbash, an Iranian-American scholar and professor of international relations at New York University. Major General Dr. Rajan Kochar is with us, Senior Advisor at the Indian-based think tank Defence Research and Studies, and also the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defence and Strategic Analysis. And Bijan Kian is rounding out our panel, President of the Institute for Voices of Liberty and a former US official. Gentlemen, thank you all and welcome to Counterpoints. Well, since January, all eyes have been on US military assets as they maneuver and make their way around the Middle East. As they get closer to Iran, tensions have been increasing. There's been widespread speculation that a US strike on Iran is imminent, but for now, the US is keeping its powder dry. Iran's supreme leader has warned any American intervention would spark a regional war. US seems to be taking that threat seriously because it's deploying additional air defence capabilities to strategic regional bases. So, Kian, let me start with you. How close are we to a regional conflict?
Well, hello to you and to your viewers and my panelists. I think that currently we are probably closer to a potential regional conflict than we have been in a long time. But as you mentioned, I think that the United States is preparing its options more than preparing for military action. That is to say, it is sending a very strong signal to Iran that it is very serious on the preconditions for the negotiations which are to be started later on this week. So I think that the very large concentration of military assets that the US has put together is primarily a signal to the Iranian regime that it is resolved. It has strong resolve to follow through with its demands, but that it would prefer not to engage in a regional war, but that it is prepared to go that route if the negotiations breaks down. So I think that although we are closer to a potential regional war, I think we are quite a long way from that, and hopefully the Iranian regime will be able to meet some of the demands of the United States and avoid a regional war.
Major General Kochar, we've heard some very strong words from Iran saying that any US action would spark a regional conflict. Do you agree or disagree with Kian that we are closer than we have been in a long time to a very real and present danger?
Thank you, Melinda, and my greetings to my fellow panelists and to the viewers of your channel. I tend to agree what Kian's assessment is because we are close to a regional conflict, but yet far from it. Because there is a dichotomy here. A situation is quite sensitive, I would say. And why I say it is because the U.S. Armada is deployed there in large numbers. And the U.S. has brought in its 2 aircraft carriers. It has got its gunboats, missile boats, submarines, etc. Everything is there to start the war, and it's got its Tomahawk missiles and B-52 and B-2 bombers also in place. So I think the U.S. has put a coercive pressure on Iran before the talks have commenced. Now, what are the overlapping fault lines here? Because 3 major points for discussion have emerged. First one is the nuclear program. The second one is the missile arsenal of Iran is being talked about, that it needs to finish off its missiles capability. And the third is funding of the proxies or the axis of resistance, the Hezbollah, Hamas, as well as the Houthis. So I perceive, as far as Iran is concerned, two of those points which are up for discussion are not acceptable to them.
I'm going to come to the specifics of these talks and negotiating positions a little bit later in our debate. So I'm just going to interrupt you briefly there and hand it over to Bijan just to turn us back to the prospect of conflict before we get too deep into those negotiation specifics. Do you think the US, Bijan, has its finger on the trigger, so to speak?
Without a doubt, and in a very serious way. Greetings to our fellow panelist, General Dr. Taj Bakhsh. I believe we are facing a situation where unintended consequences may trigger neither side, what neither side is, not expecting. The incident of a drone flying so close to USS Abraham Lincoln could be an example. The United States, my understanding is President Trump wants a headline that reads like this: I brought the Islamic Republic of Iran to its knees without firing a shot. That's the headline that he's seeking, but is fully prepared, because if you know President Trump in any way, you know President Trump doesn't like to lose. He says, I like to win. And he is prepared to do that, and he has all the means, all the resolve, all the capacity. However, as we all know, diplomacy, as painful as it is, must take its course. And that's what's happening here. However, I don't put the possibility completely out that both escalation and de-escalation can happen at the same time. And I would give, as you know, those who bet on this situation are betting that the 70% is the probability of a military strike, and 30% is the probability of resolving this issue without a military strike, which means complete surrender. Complete surrender is not something that's palatable to the Ayatollah. And he is saying to himself, his advisors are saying, look, there's some hesitation on the part of President Trump, and he has this goal that he wants to do this without firing a shot. That's a great opportunity for us to continue buying time. And that seems to be the practice on the other side. Oman is accommodating, but Oman has been a completely credible, interlocutor, because they've said things in the past and it just hasn't happened. It is protecting their own interests. Obviously, Islamic Republic is counting on Oman, as it didn't count on Turkey, wanted to move away from Turkey, and it celebrates the success. But there's another part to it. The scope was expanded by Secretary Rubio to include treatment of their own people. That is an unprecedented addition, so strongly at this point, right before the negotiation starts on Friday, tomorrow. That addition signals an escalation, and Islamic Republic is going to have a hard time. I don't dismiss diplomacy, but I don't have high hopes that it will result in anything Islamic Republic wishes to accomplish.
Kian,
could I jump in?
Please.
I jump in and build on those, I think, very constructive comments. I think that the question which is on everyone's mind, whether there will be a regional war, I think that I think it's important to understand that we are in a new situation. The rules are different since the June 12-day war. For the United States, this is no longer about containing a nuclear Iran. It is the first time that the nuclear issue, regional proxies, and direct U.S. military power have fully merged into one crisis. So on the one hand, we have the United States that for now has put these preconditions, not negotiating points. The demands that our fellow panelists mentioned, capping ballistic missiles, removing enrichment on Iranian soil, giving up the 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium and sending them outside the country, and blocking all support for proxies. This is for the first time we now have these merged into one crisis with U.S. military power. However, I think it's very important to understand, given the devastating crackdown that happened in Iran over the last 2 weeks, the bad news seems to be a regime that is willing to kill thousands of its own citizens in just a couple of days seems unlikely to compromise easily with foreign powers. And so at this point, it looks like a bit of a standoff and who will blink first. So I think that the question of a regional war is one that is really in the hands of both, first, the Iranian regime, but then secondly, the United States administration about how they will deal with the breakdown of these negotiations.
Major General Kocher, President Trump has said in the past that he's obliterated Iran's nuclear capability. Israel says it's crippled Iran's military capability. So what threat, if any, does Iran now pose?
You see, in case the statement from President Trump saying that nuclear capability has been obliterated, then why is America now trying to attack Iran? Because in case the US is convinced that the nuclear capability of Iran is no longer potent, then the matter is closed. So I think that's an understatement. The nuclear capability of Iran is still very much there. You have been able to kill a few of the nuclear scientists, as we actually saw the Mossad intelligence operation, and a few of them were killed in their homes. And apart from that, the uranium and the fissile material, I think, is still intact. What has been damaged is a few of the reactors, a few of the nuclear equipment, but the raw material per se, which is the main source for making this nuclear bomb. And as far as the enrichment process and the technology and the expertise is concerned, I think it is still there with Iran. So
what about with its military capabilities? Do you think Iran still poses a threat? Or have they really been decapitated, as Israel has said, with regards to their military strength?
No, I don't think their military capability has been decapacitated. What has been decapacitated is their command and control and the air defense centers. But do remember, in this intervening period, Russia and China both have made up their capability in Iran. There are intelligence reports to suggest that a tremendous amount of equipment has been flown in from the Chinese as far as the air defense is concerned. HQ-9, HQ-16 are already there in place. And also, there are intelligence reports that S-400 has also been supplied to Iran from Russia. So I would tend to disagree with this statement, which says that their military capability has been destroyed. And one important aspect, Iran has close to around 3,500 ballistic missiles, and they had fired approximately around 500 of them. So these missiles are still available in large numbers to Iran. And what is the military capability of Iran? It is not their air force. It is not the Navy, it is the missile capability, which I think Israel is a bit skeptical, because in this 12 days war, what we saw in the last 3 days of the war, there was quite damage on Israel as far as the missile strikes were concerned. And of course, this is an open media information. I don't know what is the exact situation in Israel, but Israel was not able to generate those kind of interceptors in that period, and many of those missiles have actually struck the targets. So if that is the case, a similar kind of scenario can play around again in case we have a war with Iran, and Israel is going to be the first target. then the American air bases are going to be targeted, and these air bases are in the Gulf countries. And that is why the Gulf countries don't want this war, because in case these bases are going to be targeted, then in all probability the other areas also in the country will get targeted, because no missile lands accurately all the time. There is likely to be a collateral damage also whenever these missiles, strike these areas. So the Gulf countries are worried. And my last point is, huge energy infrastructure is available in these Gulf countries, in all these Islamic countries. And remember in 2019 in Saudi Arabia, the Aramco oil fields was targeted by the Houthis. So a similar kind of a strike can be visualized when drones come in swarms.
Indeed.
There is no air defense system in the world which can prevent 100% the swarm drone attack. And that is why the Gulf countries are worried.
Okay, Bijan, should they be worried? I mean, has Israel, has the US been able to take out the threat that Iran poses? Its proxies in the region aren't as strong. Is it in the US and Israel's interest to gamble that their proxies won't come to their support the way they have been able to in the past?
Well, when you talk about the proxies, you have to examine them one by one. Who are you talking about? Hezbollah? Severely degraded. Severely degraded. Who are you talking about? Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq, Hashd al-Sha'bi. The only one that's left is Hashd al-Sha'bi in Iraq. There's some scattered information, unverified. These situations are difficult to verify for sure, but people are paying Iraqi Hashd al-Sha'bi fighters to come in and kill Iranian people. And that's the only thing that's left for them. They don't have Assad. Assad's gone. Hezbollah is gone, mainly. And their interlocutor has a little bit of a problem with that Houthis office in Muscat, which makes Saudis very uncomfortable with Oman being the interlocutor here. Islamic Republic really doesn't have much in its hand. To pose the questions, did United States completely destroy? Well, maybe it didn't completely destroy, but command, control, communications is not there. If you look at the behavior of IRGC senior officers, they get into meetings with no communication gear on them. They're not using the electronics at all. Obviously, everyone knows what they're afraid of, and their fear is substantiated. It's happened before. It's not a rumor. There is absolutely no chance to see a meaningful lever for the Islamic Republic to be able to have the upper hand. By no means. They have nothing. I remember President Trump's words on this very, very clearly when he was talking to President Zelensky in a different meeting. The tone is the same. You have nothing in your hands. This is what Trump is telling the Islamic Republic, and it's not bluffing. Islamic Republic doesn't have what it needs. It's all, big talk, no action, and it's a pattern. It's a pattern. Ayatollah Khamenei is miscalculating, as his advisors are, completely out of the realm of logic, because the reasons they bring about for wanting to buy time is well known. That story is old. No one trusts the Islamic Republic anymore. And obviously, there's a problem with the interlocutor as well. So, yes, they saw Tehran sees Turkey, Ankara as a rival and wanted to move away to Oman being a more friendly, but that's not even causing any meaningful lever. I believe President Trump just upped the ante, escalated, to make sure that he will do what is needed, and that is complete removal of Islamic Republic's capabilities. Now, when we talk about regime change, I pause and ask the question, is change an event or a process? And at what point we can confidently say that there is no way that this process can be reversed? We are at that point, in my belief. The process cannot be reversed.
We're going to go to the potential for leadership change in the final segment of our debate, so I'm going to put a pin in that comment and we'll circle back to it. You mentioned trust, though, and that's a really big one because Iran says it's lost trust in the US. We've been seeing a flurry of regional diplomacy trying to avoid this direct conflict. In an interview with CNN, Iran's foreign minister said war was not inevitable, and he was still hopeful that a deal could be reached. But let's not forget what happened last time. Iran and the US were in the midst of their nuclear negotiations. Kian, we've heard the US talk of its desire to negotiate before, but then in the next breath, it carried out those strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. Are they serious about negotiations, or is this a ploy? Are they bluffing?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to always remember that in international relations, diplomacy without deterrence is meaningless. That is to say, these are two sides of the same coin, of a single coin. So on the one hand, you enter into diplomacy because all states would prefer to achieve their core objectives without entering into a war which is extremely costly in blood and treasure and in regional stability. So that's why there's always negotiations and talks. The question is whether the two sides can reach a accommodation or a compromise. Now, I think it's important to also emphasize something that probably many people know, but sometimes when we talk about negotiations, we forget the extraordinarily unique character of the Islamic Republic of Iran. It is one of the most ideologically rigid countries in the world. It has it has accepted and in fact often welcomed the sanctions, the isolation, the pressure from the outside world, because it is not like Venezuela, a criminalized cartel. It is a revolutionary ideological state. And I say this because throughout the last decades, you can see how the Islamic Republic has been willing to sacrifice many of its own soldiers, a lot of its money in supporting proxies throughout the region. It has stuck to a very, very costly eliminationist policy vis-a-vis Israel, even though Gulf states have moved slowly and in some cases formally towards a normalization with Israel. Iran is committed to an anti-American, anti-Western foreign policy, and this has informed its nuclear program, which by all accounts has been weaponized and has been, they have been seeking not just civilian nuclear power, but it has been revealed by various sources that they have sought the weaponization of the nuclear program. And so, so the first point I just want to say is that when you go into negotiations, Iran is a highly ideological country, very committed to its own survival as a revolutionary Islamist state, and the question of the giving up the right to enrichment, which the Islamic Republic very cleverly, I can say, won via negotiations with the Obama administration. Even though the NPT, I should note, the NPT does not necessarily or clearly give any country the right to enrichment. It does give it the right to possess nuclear material for civilian purposes.
Kian, do you think that Iran should be able to have a nuclear program?
It should be able to have a nuclear program as long as it can be verifiably confirmed that it's only for civilian purposes. And it's very clear that Iran has been enriching uranium far above levels that are required for civilian purposes.
Okay.
So I think that just to finish this point, I think the question of negotiations right now, we should remember that Iran is a master at negotiations. They're very good, and they succeeded in gaining a lot through negotiations in the past. And they want to replay this book, this playbook, and we'll have to see whether the Trump administration stays resolved on its four large demands. If they don't, then we're, in a sense, back to where we were during the Obama administration.
Bijan, should Iran have a nuclear program of any sort?
No. Islamic Republic in Iran has proven that it cannot be trusted with a nuclear program. They've been lying, cheating, delaying, all these tactics, and they run out of these tricks at the moment. The world does not believe them. There was a time that the benefit of the doubt was given to the rulers in the Islamic Republic in Iran. But I think we're past that. I believe there's no room for them to trick the free world one more time. And that's not reasonable. I mean, why would they do all the things they've done and expect the world to believe them? They've been lying, cheating, unreliable, and very dangerous. Look at what they do to their own people. Tens of thousands of innocent, unarmed people, the brutality. You know, the problem is this, Melinda, the war is between the people of Iran and their government. There is no way that this situation can result in a return to what it was some years ago. We're past that. There is zero chance. Foreign governments are looking at it and saying, what's happening here? What if this government falls? And although a lot of things are uncertain, but there is a feeling, there's a fear that, oh, if they fall, there's going to be a vacuum. I don't think so. I think the people of Iran do have the final word here. They have the right and the responsibility to make this change. They should not be looking to anyone else to do it. They will do it. Now, the calculation for all those who are sitting on the side and saying, what about me? What about my benefits? I think if they bet on Islamic Republic, they lose. If they bet on the Iranian people, they will win. Why? Because it is not sustainable. Islamic Republic cannot kill its way all the way to half the population to stay in power. It's not sustainable.
Okay.
They cannot manage. There is a leadership in place. There is a leadership. People came out because they were called to take the final action. You know, there is a reality, as much as it's denied by others. There is a leadership. Prince Reza Pahlavi is leading this national revolution, and others may deny it. They may not want to see it, but it is happening. Ask the Iranian people. They gave their lives for it, unfortunately.
Okay.
Tragedy.
I'm going to come to leadership again in just a moment, but I just want to end our discussion about nuclear first with you, Major General Kochar. Do you think Iran should be able to have a nuclear program of any sort? I mean, you heard Bijan there describing that Iran lies, cheats, and that they can't be trusted.
You see, Melinda, I've got a different perspective. I'm no fan of Iran because Iran is a largely a terrorist state. I can say that because these proxies are indulging in terrorism all over, and Iran is funding them. So I'm no fan of Iran as such. But coming to the perspective is that why does Iran need a nuclear weapon? So let us take an example now, and my Israeli, a friend is also here. Does Israel have a nuclear weapon or a capability to make a nuclear weapon? So, because I've been reading in the media quite a lot that Israel is also quite advanced stage in possessing a nuclear weapon. So now, how do we counter the balance in the Middle East or the West Asia when two powers are there who have the capability to make a nuclear weapon and to deny one and to keep quiet, for the other? That is point number one. And second, your perspective is, I think we are missing out in this discussion is the oil part of it. Iran is a major oil exporter in the world. It dictates the price of oil, and the United States has a number of times, brought out that we need to is up the cost of oil because Iranian oil is lesser in the cost than the US oil. So it disturbs the market balance as far as the US is concerned. Second is China is the largest exporter of Iranian oil. So that is also a factor which is being factored by President Trump, because more you are able to make China stronger, and the price mechanism with China is in yuan. So again, that is, hitting the dollar. And if you go back, what happened in Iraq was similar to that. There were no weapons of mass destruction found. But the reason United States attacked Iraq was on the premise that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. So I'm telling you about a precedence. I'm telling you about the way United States wants to dictate its philosophy and the way it wants to project its powers beyond the shores. And therefore, and also my concluding remark is, look what happened to Ukraine. Ukraine was told to give away its nuclear weapon program, and look what happened to Ukraine today. Because in case Ukraine had its nuclear weapon program in place, I don't think Russia would have attacked Ukraine. So this becomes the focal point for Iran, because Iran feels that unless it has a nuclear capability, it's not safe in this area, Middle East. It wants to project its power. It wants to be a leader among the Muslim countries in the in the Middle East, and therefore it wants to possess the nuclear weapon. So I think when we talk of denuclearization of Iran, we have to bring in Israel also into these talks, because in case you want peace in the Middle East, it has to be a peace between Iran and Israel. Because in case it is not going to happen, and if you're only going to talk to Iran, I don't think this peace solution is going to be a short-lived one. It is not going to last long.
Israel has long considered Iran its greatest threat, not only to Israel but to the region as a whole. It's made no secret of its desire for regime change, but many other US allies are warning of the inherent risks. And I think, Bijan, you raised that there, this idea of power vacuum and what regional repercussions that could lead to. So let's get on to leadership now. Kian, do you think that leadership change is the goal here, whether it's the dismantling of the whole of the leadership or a Venezuelan model, so to speak, where you remove the top of the chain and hope that you can work more easily with whoever fills that void?
I think that given the very recent experience of the Trump administration with Venezuela, it would certainly be a playbook that they would like to pursue in Iran. The problem is that the Iranian regime is, in my view, very different from the Venezuelan case, and it makes the Venezuelan playbook very unlikely. And the main reason is, as I mentioned earlier, because of the highly ideologically rigid and dogmatic nature of the leadership in Iran. They're not easily bought off. I mean, if they could have been easily bought off, they would have been made an offer in these last 3-4 decades of their existence. As I mentioned, they are willing to dig in. They are willing to pay enormous amounts of a cost for the survival of their revolutionary state. So on the one hand, I think that even though the United States would like to try, and it probably makes sense to try, I would say very briefly, but to try the Venezuela model in Iran, I think would misunderstand deeply the nature of the authority structure and leadership in Iran. Now, the question of whether the United States should go for regime change in Iran, I would just make a very broad point, given the fact that the Iranian regime has been a thorn in the side of the United States and the Western world for almost half a century. And as my fellow panelists mentioned, it has also been at war with its own people, most tragically shown 2 weeks ago when many thousands of people were brutally killed to suppress the protests. So I think that the United States has a chance now to weaken the regime and try to go for regime change. I have argued that there may be a sweet spot in terms of the American strategy, and the sweet spot basically is, on the one hand, United States pursues its self-interest together with its regional partners, which is essentially degrading the threats to the United States and its regional partners, the ballistic missiles, the cruise missiles, a raid on the southern coast of Iran pointed towards the Gulf countries, the drones, and the naval assets. This is all really what Iran has left. They could be severely degraded, and that would satisfy the U.S. and regional partners' interests. Mm-hmm. At that point, together with perhaps an oil embargo, pressure on the oil embargo, the U.S. then would step back and say, okay, let's now negotiate. If there still isn't negotiations at that point, the hope is, this is the sweet spot for regime change, the hope is that the regime's repressive apparatus would be so degraded that millions of Iranians would pour into the streets demanding a change of regime. Unfortunately, if we think through that sequence, what will happen then is a regime that is just willing to kill, let's say 10,000 of its own people, would say we're willing to kill much more. Mm-hmm. At that point, the whole world would be faced with a kind of Libya situation, an R2P situation, responsibility to protect in the face of a massive massacre. And then I don't know what will happen. I can't speculate, but the world would have to sit and watch if the regime, back on its heels, facing millions of people in the street, then decides to crack down. I don't know quite what happens at that point.
Mm-hmm. Major General, what do you think? Do you think the US can successfully push regime change?
I see Kian has made some good points, but I have a different perspective because Iran is a civilizational society, and it's not the first time that these protests have been seen in Iran. And I think this time there was a hand of CIA and Mossad also in these protests, as was being quite evident to the public and the world at large. So the Revolutionary Guard is the key in Iran. And the United States has tried over a period of time, over a number of years, to try to infiltrate into the Revolutionary Guards and try to create a situation for a regime change. And so far it has not succeeded. And I don't think, because being an institutionalized society, a civilizational society, the people, by and large in Iran, and I have got some your friends whom I talk to, are basically anti-American. They don't favor any kind of oppressive action or interference by America into their own internal affairs. So that is going to be the biggest challenge for the United States, because President Trump has clearly said that he doesn't intend to have boots on ground. Because unless you have boots on ground in Iran, it's not possible to make regime change. And I think Trump has realized that, and that's why he's delaying the military action. because the military action has consequences in the Gulf region. It is Strait of Hormuz is almost 20% of the world trade is flowing through this place. It's going to destabilize the supply chain, and China and Russia are also exerting pressure on the US now to come to some kind of a settlement with Iran. So I think in the larger context, the very talk of regime change is not going to happen, even if United States is able to degrade most of the military assets of Iran, which I think in all probability, in case there is an attack, United States will be able to achieve that because of its superior weaponry and forces and technology. And a second point is that we all must remember that Iran will be also able to inflict some kind of damage on Israel as well as the air bases, American air bases in this region, which in all probability cannot be ruled out. So that is the reason. It's not going to be a one-sided story that you pump everything out from Iran. And even if you have a cyber attack, you see, Iran is not Venezuela. It's spread over a large number of areas. So more than 100 missile sites are there. You cannot target all the missile sites at the same time. So this will be the greatest challenge for the United States. I'm sure they would have wargamed this entire thing, and that is why the delay in action is taking place, and they want to negotiate. President Trump is time and again saying that he wants to talk to Iran, and the hardline stand of Iran is what I was reading in the morning is that missiles is out. They are not going to talk about anything about their missile deployment or its program. The funding of the proxies is out. So the only thing on the table is the nuclear program, which I think Iran is willing to talk on it and maybe try to give a guarantee to the United States that they're not going to go for the nuclear weapon. Okay. So that is, I think, the crux of the problem today. Because in case Iran agrees on its nuclear program, I think this entire thing will be fizzled out, and the Americans will, withdraw its forces. As it is, Trump is facing a lot of pressure, within his own country, and I think he's also looking for a solution of this kind.
Bijan, round us out. Do you think that leadership change is possible? Major General Kochan there saying not possible without boots on the ground. Is an external intervention for leadership change ever successful?
Look, if you're betting on Islamic Republic's resilience through its ideology, you're wrong. That ideology is worn out, is tired. It cannot be as effective as it was in the beginning. You see that in the behavior of the leaders of Islamic Republic. If you count on the resilience of ideology, you may want to think again about that. Don't bet on it. If you're counting on the proxies, you may want to rethink that. Yesterday is not today. The Islamic Republic does not have the choices that it had before. If you're looking at that resilience interpreting into endless wars, the Islamic Republic does not have the capacity. I agree with Kian in his assessment that it's very, very ideological, and it wants to portray itself, and it's very good at posturing because it understands the weaknesses of diplomacy. It understands that you cannot close that door. It says, so I'll make it longer, longer, longer. But how long? How long? If you're betting, on the other hand, on a world where there could be stability in the Middle East, you must have leadership change. Without leadership change, it will not happen. I mean, look, I look at a future where India, Israel, and a free Iran, not this Iran, have the greatest points of cooperation because there are historical, cultural issues. Today, the government of India and the people of Iran face the same problem, the Islamic ideology. And of course, when we bring other people, like neighboring countries, Pakistan, others, it all gives impetus to the idea that if you want peace and stability in the Middle East look to encouraging leadership change by the people of Iran. They're determined. Why would the world go against the will of the people who are willing to die? And they know what they want. They don't want this regime. Now, they are shouting the name of an individual. Now, is that an indication? Statistics, academically, they're shouting the name of an individual, and that's Prince Reza Pahlavi. He is extremely popular. Look at the campaign to try and bring him down. It means it's important. It means that he has a place, and leadership change is the only solution right now. If you're seeking a stable Middle East, if Saudi Arabia doesn't want to worry about Aramco being hit, that worry goes out. We must have leadership change. If countries in the region, UAE, others, are seeking, they no longer, let me just be very frank, they no longer can play the old game of, okay, we'll just broker relationships and everything is going to be fine. The economic relationships would overcome the other tensions. No, it won't work. That is done. We're past all those points. People of Iran want change. You want to know if leadership change is possible? I would say yes, it is possible. It is not certain. You know, Adolf Chief says war is very probable, but it's not unavoidable. I agree with you. I agree with him. The way to avoid the war is to surrender. There is no other notion.
Okay.
And because I agree with Kian, they won't surrender. I think the probability of military action, I call it war, no war, but military action is very, very likely.
Kian, you want to raise a point?
Yes. So I think that I have a slightly different perspective. I agree with a number of the points, but I think I would like to emphasize a couple of other points. First of all, as someone who was a democracy activist 15 years ago in Iran, and I unfortunately spent some time in the IRGC prisons in Iran, and so I was up close with a lot of these officers in Iran. I also, would feel that I think stability in the region does require regime change in Iran. Many people in Iran desire that. Many people in the world desire that. However, one astonishing thing, and I say this not as a defense of the Islamic Republic, but rather as just an observation, which it's hard to avoid, is that unfortunately there is the IRGC and the core of the regime seems to be astonishingly ideologically cohesive. I mean, even if we take 10% of the population, which we estimate to be the hardcore true believers of the regime, and add another 10% of the population whose livelihoods depend directly on the regime, that's 20% of the population. During the Women Life Freedom Movement, when young, unarmed women who were just asking for basic civil rights were killed in the streets, not a single senior cleric, not a single IRGC officer made any comment, made any dissent, made any criticism of the crackdown. In this last crackdown, in which it is unprecedented level of brutality in the Middle East, I think that if the numbers, I don't even want to believe the numbers that are above 10,000, but even if they are, it is unprecedented. We did not see any fissure, any break within the military. In classic cases of regime transition, whether it was in Egypt, whether it was in Spain, from Franco to a democratic republic, there was always a break within the military, even in the Philippines. And we just simply don't see that in Iran. It's astonishing. I don't wish it was that way, but it just seems to be that way. You look to see that the core of the regime has now rallied around the flag. Even people who called themselves reformists are now defending the regime. And the general makes a very good point. I often, unfortunately, saw that many people in Iran, not everyone, but many people in Iran seem to hate the United States and hate Israel more than they hate their own oppressors. And if that's the case, then that's a block. But at any rate, what you have is highly cohesive a group, and that's something to be taken in account. Just the one point about possibility of regime change. We've talked a lot about military action, but it seems to me to be it's one thing we should put on the table. The artery, the lifeblood of the regime is the export of oil. The way to bring this regime to its knees would be without military, it would be a blockade of oil exports. Now, whether that fits with the Trump administration's policies with China, it was curious that even though he interdicted Venezuelan tankers, he let the ones that were going to China through. Now, whether that is some sort of calculation, I don't know. But one thing is clear, that an oil embargo would bring the regime to its knees.
Okay.
And finally, I would agree. Could I just make one point?
Yes, indeed. We're almost out of time, but finish up.
I have to give you a minute to say something here.
People power has to be huge for it to overcome a regime like this. The West can do something, the sweet spot perhaps, weaken the regime enough to allow millions of Iranians to go into the street.
Okay, thank you, Bijan. We're almost out of time, but go ahead.
2 points real quickly. First of all,
I'd also like to make 1 point at the end.
Sure.
I'm sorry, vehemently, on not seeing the fissures. You say there is no fissure, really? So top nuclear scientists could be taken out. Top commanders could be taken out. A very important guest in the heart of the protection of RTC could be taken out without cooperation from inside. Impossible. If you don't see the fissure in the ranks of command, control, communications demonstrated, if you're looking for people to come out and say, I'm a general and I'm against this regime, that's an unreasonable expectation. You have to look for fissures to see them. If you don't look for them, you don't find them. Look for the answers in these areas. The other thing is this thing you said about people hate America and Israel more. Maybe some people have that notion, but the reality is Israel cannot live with something that resembles the Islamic Republic, and the threat will be there. Israel cannot afford that. And by the way, foreign help. How come Ayatollah Khomeini came to Iran with foreign help? Was no problem. He came, Air France, the French helped, everybody helped him. That was foreign aid. America, Lafayette, Rochambeau, Kosciuszko, others who came here, there's nothing wrong with that if they don't come to occupy the land. And they will do what's in their best interest, regardless of these, hopeful, optimistic issues that are brought up to justify in some ways, the reasoning that this regime can't stay in power in some ways. I don't see any reasons to be able to so optimistically put assumptions on the table that don't hold water. There are fissures, and foreign help is not something Iranian people reject. Who are you listening to, Kian? Who are you talking to? They are shouting for help. They are saying, come, help us. Don't you hear them?
Okay, all right. Let me let Kian quickly respond to that, and then we'll go to the Major General. Kian, do you want to quickly respond to those comments very briefly, and then we'll move it on to the Major General?
Yes, I tend to agree. We're on the same page, Bijan, on this, on what our desire is for the future. I think the question of the fissures, I look to see, is there enough fissures that would break away a part of the military in support of a revolutionary overthrow of the regime? That's what I'm not seeing. And yes, I agree. It's not a problem with. I have no problem with foreign intervention. But sometimes there are different groups in Iran which resist that, let's say. But we're on the same page basically in terms of what we would like to see.
Okay, very briefly, Rajan, wrap us up. Your comments?
Yeah, I'll just conclude. I'm also in agreement that there is a need for regime change in Iran. There's absolutely no doubt about it, because this kind of leadership is not conducive to the world peace, and especially in the Middle East. Absolutely no doubt about it. Will it happen? There is a question mark on that, because we have discussed that there are absolutely no fissures within the Revolutionary Guard today. And the way the Revolutionary Guard are selected and brought into the system, we need to study that in detail. Only then you will come to know that how difficult it is to make a fissure into the Revolutionary Guard. And my last point is, it's about this blockade and economic sanctions and oil. It is already happening because Iran has been sanctioned a lot. As a matter of fact, India has not purchased any Iranian oil since the last 18 months. So there has been a substantial reduction in the export of Iranian oil. So that is not working any longer. You see, these people, there is so much of resilience. Unless the people want a change in Iran, no external pressure can bring in regime change. This is my reading. The people of Iran, the day they want a regime change, I think it may be possible, and it can be actually facilitated then, by the Americans. But right now, if I see the situation as of today, I don't think those conditions are there in Iran from the people of Iran to bring in a regime change. And my last point is, who is the alternative? This Reza Pahlavi, whom we are talking about, the Shah of Iran's son and things like that, the Prince of Iran and things like that, he has no political standing within Iran. He is just not popular among the people. So there has to be a political figure, a kind of an alternative who can be thought of to make the regime change. And unless you have an alternative, I think this is going to be very difficult.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it there. Some very interesting points made. I wish we had more time to delve into it a little bit deeper, but we're up against the clock. Kian Tajbakhsh, Iranian-American scholar and professor of international relations at New York University, thank you. Major General Dr. Rajan Kochar, senior advisor at the Indian-based think tank Defence Research and Studies, and Bijan Kian, president of the Institute for Voices of Liberty. Thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to this episode. Keep up to date with all of our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, you can catch us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Habib, thank you so much for your time. As we know, you've stepped into a leadership role now. What do you miss the most about fighting and being in the cage?
Honestly, almost nothing. I was there a long time, like professional fighter, 12 years. I was on top, I was a champion. I feel all energies. Like when I miss some competition energy, I just can go to the gym, I can fight some best fighters in the world, and in my weight classes, even above, And for these kind of things, I'm fully good.
And we were just hearing from some of the guys who came before talking about training camp with you and you being their coach, and they said that you just pushed them
They say I'm nice?
No, they said they were almost dead when you were training them. There was nothing left and you kept on going. You're pushing them to the max.
That's why they are best, because we push limits, We're not here to just compete. I just want everybody become the champions. They take all belts. And if you want to become the best, you have to train like a best fighter, You don't have choice, When we have so many facilities, so many good opportunity, we just need to train, eat, sleep, repeat, and that's it, That's why I push them to the limit.
They're going to the nightclub. But just a quick one. What keeps you so motivated and so engaged?
Best motivation for me when they happy. You know, I just want they become happy, they become champions, they become successful on this life, and I have this kind of opportunity, and I just want to share with them. This is what keep me on track, if we can say it.
And of course, we've got this big fight coming up between Usman and Alfie, obviously happening in Dubai. What's your prediction?
My prediction, Usman have to finish him second or third round. This is what I think.
And do you love football? I just wanted to ask one final question on football. Are you still playing football? How's that going? Who's your favourite? Who's going to win the World Cup?
I think Spain or France. I think Spain or France, they both, for my opinion, they both favorites on this. Maybe it's Portugal too, because Portugal have very good young team. Portugal can win, but my two team is like, I think they are not my favorite teams, but I think Spain or France.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
President Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner have negotiated on the nuclear weapons control treaty with Russian officials on the sidelines of Ukraine talks in Abu Dhabi. The New START deal was designed to help prevent a nuclear war and cap the number of deployed warheads. To discuss this and all of today's top stories, I'm joined by broadcaster Jono Hayes and columnist and correspondent Gemma White here in studio. Thank you both for joining us. Gemma, we're going to start with you right now. So have there been any efforts from Washington and Moscow to actually negotiate another term for this nuclear treaty?
So if you'd asked me this question yesterday, I would have said absolutely not. And the Kremlin was very outspoken on Wednesday about the fact that obviously the agreement ends today and that the US had not reached out to them or responded to any of their queries, whether or not those queries were actually made or not. But they said that the US government had not responded to any anything that the Kremlin had reached out for, and that our ideas had been deliberately left unanswered. They called it erroneous and regrettable. And they also, it sounded a little bit threatening, but they said in the absence of, any kind of communications with the US, that they assumed that they were free to choose their next steps by themselves. Now, fast forward 24 hours, because obviously that's a very, short time in politics. And we have here in Abu Dhabi, we have these talks about Ukraine, but on the sidelines, the nuclear treaty has been raised. And the US has said, we agreed with Russia to operate in good faith and to start a discussion about ways it could be updated. Now, obviously, it ends today, and we're already in an extension period. The original treaty was for 10 years, and then it was extended for another year. It was originally signed between Obama and Medvedev. Yeah, I said I was going to struggle with that one. And so what the kind of information that's coming out now is it's probably practical to just stick to the treaty terms for the next 6 months while these new negotiations take place and just wait and see what comes out of them.
So much can happen in 6 months in today's
what's happened in 24 hours?
World, right? We don't even know what's going to happen in 1 week.
Exactly.
Jono, so why does this agreement matter, and what does the lapse of this treaty mean for Washington and Moscow?
So it matters, Catalina, because it was the last safeguard that we had towards where many nuclear warheads in the US or Russia could be deployed and could, of course, be manufactured. So it allowed the inspections. That was the important part, whereby either party had inspection rights to see where we were at in terms of what sort of an arsenal of weaponry were at the disposal of the army of that country. So everyone knew what everyone else was doing, and there is great the knowledge and power that's involved in that is quite astronomical. While it's gone, there's no legally binding limit. So there's no verification mechanism. They can't go in and find out and check and see just how many weapons are actually there. And both countries can basically now operate on assumption, but also on suspicion. And this is where it comes into dangerous territory, because now there's no transparency there. Either country can be doing whatever they like behind closed doors, and the other one's completely oblivious, which is, of course, concerning. That doesn't mean missile launches tomorrow, far from it, but it does raise the risk of miscalculation, which of course is a very dangerous thing, politically speaking at least. It fuels a new arms race, which is potentially on the table as well. And now it forces both governments to rely heavily on deterrence instead of diplomacy. So both will try and up the ante in terms of their nuclear arms to try and make sure that they outdo the other in terms of what they've got available to them. So now the question is, what does Washington do next? And I think you have to look at where Washington is strategically placing its cards in the deck right now, and that seems to be at the door of China, which of course, as we know, there's a Trump visit on the way in April to go to China. There is Xi Jinping will head to the US sometime in autumn as well. Perhaps a deal will be done there as well, because it might be the part that Russia is no longer the big player that it once was in terms of a nuclear arms race. And Washington may see that China is that new stronghold now. And they might just shift attention to there and say, we're probably better off with a nuclear deal with China instead, potentially.
That's right, because Gemma, Trump did say that he wanted to negotiate a better deal, bringing China in. So there's a big question of China's participation. They're saying that they're not going to participate in disarmament deals or negotiations. So what's going on with China here?
So as you said, yes, Beijing has always rebuffed any notion of negotiations, privately, publicly. They don't let inspectors come in. They're not sharing any data, which was the point of the treaty between the US and Russia. It was the sharing of data, and it was almost like that, sort of keeping the channels of communication open. So Trump has himself said, let's look at a new deal. And he has publicly said he wants the deal to be between the US, Russia and China. So he's coming out and he's saying this. Rubio has also said that this arms control in the 21st century is impossible without China's input. So really what they're saying is, if you don't come to the table, there's a likelihood that we won't have a new arms treaty in place.
So, Jonna, what do you think is the new era here when it comes to the nuclear race, right? Because what are the next steps? Do you think it's probably we're going to have to play more on deterrence rather than transparency?
Well, if we're looking at it from a deterrent point of view, and Russia still has this and has throughout this entire deal, Russia has always had the ability to have the much shorter range. It's got the freedom over those short-range missiles, which, in terms of an arsenal, that is more usable in a regional conflict. So we've still had that threat, has always been there. Unless we're on the brink of something in the next 5 to 10 years, which is on a scale that is the US and Russia involved and China involved, this may not necessarily be something we need to be overly worried about too much. In terms of what will happen in the next 12 months, or the 6 months down the line, if we look, and we've heard about the extension of this for 12 months, there is nothing formally signed, which means that although we can say we're doing nothing, there's no inspections in place, so we could be doing whatever we want. That's where the concern comes into play. And I just think the administration will now look and think, where are we best suited to have the negotiation, and what are we best suited to sign next in order to keep the peace, so to speak, in terms of nuclear arms. But the damage that Russia's doing, certainly in Ukraine, is not been done by nuclear weapons. It's been done by missiles on a capable level that are regional. So it's a different scenario.
What do you think, Gemma? Do you think that Russia wants to even renew this treaty, or do you think they want to be a bit, free?
I think it's interesting that they are having these side conversations, obviously they're meeting in Abu Dhabi and the focus is on Ukraine. And usually Russia has proved itself to be quite unwilling to be pulled into little, side conversations. It's like, this is what's on the table for discussion and we're not going to go any further. But I do think that they would quite like to. But I think perhaps Russia could be joining China as well.
Yeah.
I do think that Russia does want a relationship with the US. I absolutely do believe that. And so the way we're seeing the world just changing so fast, alliances that once existed are being broken apart, new ones are being forged. I actually think it would be very foolish of them to walk away from an alliance of this magnitude.
The NBC anchor Savannah Guthrie and her family have made an emotional plea for her missing mother. 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie disappeared in the middle of the night just a few days ago, and investigators suspect she was abducted. They say they're looking into an alleged ransom note. Here's some of what her family had to say.
Mom is our heart and our home. She's 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive.
So it's a heartbreaking video there, Gemma. What information do we have on how the mom disappeared?
So we know, or the authorities know, when she was last seen, which was Saturday, Jan 31st, and she was reported missing on February the 1st. So they firmly believe that she was taken against her will, possibly while she was sleeping. They've found signs of forced entry at the home. And there are reports that blood was found at the location. That hasn't been officially verified as to whether that was blood from Nancy Guthrie or whether it was blood from one of the perpetrators. They just don't know. They know that her personal items, wallet, phone and car were left behind. Obviously, these are things that you would take with you if you were going somewhere purposefully, and they're reviewing security footage. Now, the most recent break in this story is the fact that there is rumoured to be a ransom note, a ransom note that was sent to a television station and then also to the celebrity website TMZ. Now, this has not been confirmed by officials at all. However, there are sources saying that the information in this ransom note could only have been known by someone who took the lady. Irrespective of, perhaps details that you might find online, they are saying specifically they were there. They could only have done this, known this if they were there that night. And also there's speculation that they've asked for a ransom sum in the form of Bitcoin. So they're the most recent updates. Now, literally about sort of just before we came on air, the FBI announced that there is a $50,000 reward for information leading to, finding her. And they do believe that she's still alive. So that's where we're at the moment.
That's good to know, Jono. Are there any leads from the police on the actual identity of the suspect?
Not at the moment. They have not made anything clear or publicly confirmed, at least, if they have any suspect in mind. But they have made it clear it's an active and progressing investigation, which is, as Gemma mentioned, they're reviewing the security footage, but also digital data, which might be at hand to them. Past incidents in the area, they're looking into those as well and seeing what else is possibly linked to this. And you have to wonder, what is the story behind this? Because we don't know a whole lot about this. And I've been down a rabbit hole all evening about this, trying to dive deeper into the ransom note that has been allegedly put out there as well. The motive behind it, which is also up in the air. For now, they're being quite cautious about this and releasing details because that also could compromise the active investigation, which is ongoing. So they want to hold back on sharing any information that might be pivotal towards her discovery, but also that could be intrinsically leading the kidnappers or the abductors down the path of knowing more information than they need to know. So it is a concerning one, but it is a wild one. It has taken conspiracy theories to a whole other level in the last 24 hours on this story. And as Gemma said, that video was sent to the station where her daughter works, which is where it was first, and which is why they thought this could be a hoax, this may not be a legitimate ransom note, but they've now been led to believe otherwise if the fact that the ransom note is true. And it seems the information is pointing to that there has been a ransom note with a Bitcoin request attached.
There must be a fear as well that this could start copycats.
Yeah.
You know, if you're obviously Savannah Guthrie, she's well known in the US. You know, I wouldn't call her a global name, but she's very famous in the US. So you'd have to wonder if other people on her level of fame are looking out for their, you know, more for their elderly relatives, and you know that's got to be the fear as well. But yeah, the authorities have been saying this is an isolated incident, that there's no danger to the community around you. But yeah, that you've probably got a lot of people starting to look at their security, you know, with regards to their relatives.
And I don't feel that's so common in the United States, right? I think we see that a lot in Latin America, but
on an 84-year-old woman, it is
exactly.
It is wild, and they've now said obviously she's without her medication for this extended period of time. The lady already has a pacemaker in place, which I think initially, Gemma, they'd said they wanted a GPS track.
If they could track it, yes.
Which is not a thing, which I didn't think it was either, but they said they wanted to try that. She's without medication now for a couple of days, which is worrying because she needs that medication. And surely for the abductors, the kidnappers, this is a risky kidnapping to carry out. You surely know that an 84-year-old woman is going to be frail first and foremost. It's not an easy kidnapping, and thirdly, is going to require medication throughout.
And Jono, you lead us to our next question, right? Because we were discussing, and you had a bit of information on this. What's the difference between kidnapping and abducting? Because we were kind of debating what word to use, right?
So obviously they're frequently used in the media. We use abduction, but abduction is normally involving children. And also it doesn't normally involve ransom. So it's normally a custody dispute, a runaway case, or a trafficking case. There is no ransom, coercion, there's no leverage in there. Whereas kidnapping always involves those particular things. So I think they said that it's all abductions are kidnappings, not all kidnappings are abductions, if that makes sense. So you have to have the coercion, and there has to be a ransom note to make it a kidnapping, which this now, if the ransom note turns out to be true, this is exactly what this is. And we don't know entirely what the motive is behind this, which is the worrying part about this.
Exactly, and I think that's why we've been so confused about what word to use, kidnap or abduction, because of such little information that we have on this case. Also, do explain, because we were discussing this before, they're asking for Bitcoin as a ransom. Gemma explained this earlier. Besides the obvious reasons, which is the lack of transparency, this is quite new, right? We haven't heard this in the media recently.
It's because it's so untraceable, and this is the issue with crypto. One of the wonderful reasons why it's used for money laundering is the fact that it's so untraceable. It's a code between 24 and 36 digits. I can generate as many of those wallet codes as I would like, and at rapid speed as well. I can do that to make sure that it's untraceable, therefore breaking the chain in the Bitcoin block so that when you send me something, it's now untraceable again. That money instantly goes to an account. I can transfer it from that account to my Bitcoin account, and it's disappeared into the ether of the Bitcoin world and into the cryptocurrencies. And nobody will have a clue where that came from, who created that digital wallet, because it's so unique, the ID, and then who's also receiving the funds. So crypto is the safest way for these kidnappers to go about getting their money. Gone are the days of a duffel bag being left outside a phone box. And this is, obviously, with CCTV and everything, these kidnappers are not going to get away with this, regardless. But crypto is the safest way for them to obtain this money. But they are now looking for proof of life, which you'd imagine any family would, right? At this stage, you have to look for proof of life.
And there was the other concern with the AI, right? Because they can easily clone her voice, so...
And face, and everything. We've seen deepfake AIs concerningly accurate. So this is the reason why they're asking for it to be verified information that only she would know.
The ex-wife of Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates has said that the latest release of the Epstein files have brought up painful times in her marriage. She said that people named in the records, which include her former husband, need to answer to it. Meanwhile, President Trump has said it's time for the country to move on to something else. When questioned about the files, take a listen.
No girl should ever be put in the situation that they were put in by Epstein and whatever was going on with all of the various people around him. No girl. I mean, it's beyond heartbreaking, right? I remember being those ages those girls were. I remember my daughters being those ages, right? So For me, it's personally hard whenever those details come up, right? Because brings back memories of some very, very painful times in my marriage. But I have moved on from that. I purposely pushed it away and I moved on. I'm in a really unexpected, beautiful place in my life. So whatever questions remain there of what I can't even begin to know all of it, those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me.
Meanwhile, President Trump has said it's time for the country to move on to something else when questioned about the files by a reporter last night. Here's what he had to say.
Women who are survivors of Epstein's are unhappy with those redactions that came out. Some of them, entire witness interviews are totally blacked out. Do you think that they should be more transparent?
The fact that they thought they released too much. You know, I heard that, and you tell me something else. No, I think it's really time for the country to get onto something else. Really, you know, now that nothing came out about me, other than it was a conspiracy against me, literally by Epstein and other people. But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
What would you say to people
like
who feel like they haven't gotten
healthcare,
justice, Mr. President?
something that people care about.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined from London by Gulf journalist Damian Riley and editor-in-chief of the news movement, Rebecca Hudson. Thank you both for joining me today.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Rebecca, we're going to start with you because Bill Gates and his ex-wife Melinda Gates have both broken their silence about the Epstein files. So tell us a bit more.
Yeah, so we hear from kind of, both sides of that marriage. Obviously, they're now divorced. Bill Gates spoke to an Australian news network last night, and I thought it was really interesting, his kind of approach to addressing, what's been revealed in these Epstein files. Him saying that it was a time in his life he regretted, but really narrowing down on a detail that one of the emails Epstein is said to have said to him was actually saved in his draft folder and it never actually reached him. And it kind of just felt like he was sort of grasping at a technicality when actually, what we are, and kind of ignoring the enormity of what's unfolding, for the world to see. And, obviously everyone, he has denied strenuously any wrongdoing, but quite a kind of almost, I thought, very relaxed and kind of casual approach, to the accusations floating around about him. And then contrast that with his former wife, Melissa, who was speaking to NPR, who's talking about these emails bringing up, an incredibly difficult time in her marriage. I'm sure your viewers are aware that there are kind of suggestions that her former husband was having kind of, extramarital affairs while spending time with Epstein. There are these kind of awful suggestions that he was going to try and sort of give her antibiotics to fix an STI, and just these really kind of grotesque and sort of distressing details. And you can imagine, whatever happened in that marriage, we don't know about, but this being something kind of incredibly traumatizing, not only for her, but obviously also for, the hundreds and hundreds of women and children who have survived that abuse.
Yes, Melinda's message did seem a bit more heartfelt, right, Rebecca? And now also President Trump now says we should all move on from this. Is this even possible, or is it even fair to say this in regards to the victims?
Yeah, exactly. To talk about this story and not acknowledge the victims, this is absolutely appalling, the idea that he thinks that he can just kind of dismiss or ignore, this story and the implications it has, not only for him, but also for kind of the justice system and for those women impacted by what happened under Epstein. And, the clip that we just saw, him just sort of trying to dismiss this story and then went on to be incredibly rude to that reporter, Caitlin Collins from CNN. I think, his approach of sort of trying to distance himself and diminish this story is not going to work. It's very politically tricky for him in the States. We know that the MAGA base finds this Epstein stuff particularly revolting. He lost his longtime ally Marjorie Taylor Greene over this. It's a tricky, hand to play, but to ignore it, I think, firstly is kind of morally derelict, but also kind of politically stupid.
And Damian, on the UK front, because the UK does seem to be more affected by than the US at this point. So there was also former Prince Andrew who has moved out of his home in Windsor. How has this eviction gone down? There were a few details, right?
Well, he had to leave in the dead of night, which is kind of fitting. He's already had an incredible fall from grace, and this is yet another step or three down the ladder. He's gone off to live on the royal estate in Norfolk, where he'll be hidden from view. And the hope is that he'll see out his dotage there and stop causing such embarrassment. It's worth pointing out that we've only seen there's 50% of the files are still to be released, if they're going to be released. And so there's the possibility that we will learn a great deal more than anyone could possibly want to about what Prince Andrew got up to on Epstein Island.
Exactly. And Damien, not only the former disgraced Prince Andrew, there's also Peter Mandelson, who's officially stepped down, and Keir Starmer that has been grilled today during Parliament. Tell us a bit more about that.
Well, the irony of the Prince Andrew affair is that he needs to get out in front of it and to give an interview or to talk about what's happened. It's not enough anymore to just maintain a sort of dignified silence. But the problem is the last time he gave an interview, famously to Emily Maitlis, he nearly brought down the royal family. And that is sort of, there's a reflection of what is happening with Lord Mandelson, still Lord Mandelson, and the effect this is having on Keir Starmer's government. The revelations that Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK, appointed Mandelson to be our ambassador to the US, the most prominent position in the US and in the UK government, despite knowing, it came out today, that Lord Mandelson maintained his friendship with Epstein after it had been established and he'd served time for being a paedophile, is absolutely rocking the establishment. And there are strong rumours that it may bring down the Prime Minister.
Do you think that the UK now has overpassed the United States for now when it comes to the broader implication about the Epstein files?
You'd have to say that the effect is seismic in terms of it's the biggest political scandal of my lifetime, I think. The effect it's had on the perception of the royal family, not just in this country but around the world, is impossible to understate. The fact that they removed Prince Andrew's royal title is unprecedented, I believe. And it seems that perhaps the royal family knows that there's more to come. But then also the effect it's having, if it brings down the British Prime Minister, the idea that Mandelson was providing privileged financial information straight from number 10 to Jeffrey Epstein, which is what it looks like was happening, would be just unbelievable, especially if Epstein was giving money to Mandelson and to his partner, which also looks like is the case. I mean, that's criminal. It would likely result in Lord Mandelson, still Lord Mandelson, going to prison for a considerable length of time. And it's a truly enormous political scandal here.
And Rebecca, you're also in London. You're from the UK. What are your thoughts on this, considering that Prime Minister Keir Starmer might have been aware or was aware of the Epstein links between Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, I mean, I think everything Damien said is exactly right. I think the consequences of this are kind of probably beyond anything that I've ever seen, that any of us would have ever seen in our lifetimes. I think, if the idea that this appointment was kind of okayed, knowing what we now know was known, it is absolutely astounding and does call into question, the nature of judgment, why these decisions were made, the power that Lord Mandelson, although for how long that we remain to see, was wielding over a government that he isn't a part of. I think it is absolutely astounding. And I think it's such an interesting contrast here where we're in kind of almost constitutional crisis about what's going to happen. Contrast that to the States, where there are also an equally large amount of people implicated and involved, and their president is barely talking about it. At least today, for all of his flaws, Starmer stood at PMQs, had a very strongly worded statement, and was ready to take the questions from Kemi Badenoch. I mean, why he's in this mess, I think it goes to the point around his judgment. But the two different approaches across the Atlantic, I think, is really interesting.
The U.S. has said it will not give in to Tehran's demands as talks previously planned for Oman are in doubt. While speaking to reporters at the White House, Trump wouldn't say where the talks would be held later this week. So let's start with you here, Damien. The U.S. just said that Iran did not agree to Tehran's demands. So this is breaking news. Will the talks still go ahead?
Well, it's hard to know. I mean, you'd think that the US is holding all of the negotiating cards and that the Iranian regime would be extremely wise, given Trump's threats, to get around the negotiating table without causing too much trouble. However, the Iranian regime is well known for its delaying tactics and for a little bit of trickery and making things overly complex. And so we'll see this time if how much patience Trump has. Trump has already, to his credit, showed quite a lot of patience. He's been quite vague about when the negotiations have to occur by, whether it's sort of later this week or next week. But given his promises to the Iranians when they were protesting in the streets that, keep going, help, it's on its way, it does look slightly surprising just quite how willing he seems to indulge the Iranian regime. But you never know with him. He's unpredictable in almost everything he does. And so he may suddenly decide time's up.
And Rebecca, there's also been a lot of back and forth regarding the location for the talks. The U.S. wanted Turkey, Tehran was demanding for Oman, and now they're not going to go through with this request. So what does this say about Iran's negotiation tactics?
Well, this is sort of quite out of the Iranian tactic playbook, if you like, the idea of sort of trying to sort of dismantle, disrupt details as a way of kind of getting one over on the person that they're sort of getting around the negotiating table. They previously were having these talks in Oman, which could be an argument for why it would happen there. But also, not having these talks in Istanbul means that there's kind of less scrutiny potentially of what happened. It would have been a bilateral rather than with multiple other leaders from the region. So it kind of more discreet, more behind closed doors. But this kind of disruptive tactic, this way of sort of trying to get one over on the states, I think is something that we probably could expect. And I think maybe also tells us a little bit about what the intention is from both parties going into these talks.
And Damien, diplomacy is at a fragile state here, right? So can this standoff between both regarding the location actually block the diplomacy road here? And can it convince Trump for military action?
Yeah, it can certainly convince him for military action. I mean, he is installing, an enormous proportion of the US Navy off the Iranian coast. He's made very, very clear that if diplomacy fails, bad things will happen. I think that's an exact quote. I don't think it will take much to tip him over. I mean, obviously, he doesn't want to get America embroiled in a lengthy ground war in Iran, and particularly not with the midterms coming up in November. And the repercussions that could have on opinion polls. But certainly decisive strikes, particularly if the Iranians refuse to give up their nuclear ambitions yet again, cannot be ruled out at all. So, it's slightly surprising that the Iranians are being difficult about a location, but like Rebecca said, entirely unsurprising.
Rebecca, what do you think? Do you think diplomacy here will fail or will it succeed?
I mean, you have to have kind of great faith that it will. And I think Dave makes a great point about, embroiling the US in yet another foreign war is not something that's going to play very well for Trump domestically. But I think, as we kind of can all agree, the most predictable thing about Trump is his unpredictability. And while we would all think that would make sense domestically, I sort of struggle to understand what kind of Trump's foreign policy is, ever. So I think we can hope that it works, because I don't think any of us want to see tensions inflame further between these two kind of polar powers. But whether that kind of hope is enough, I think we yet to see.
Yes, because Damien, talks originally, if they're held or if they were going to be held in Oman, have been narrowed to nuclear issues only. So where does this actually leave the question of leadership change in Iran? Because this was actually the main focus to begin with, right?
Well, I think the US side want there to be three issues, which is the nuclear talks, the missiles, and also Iranian support for proxies throughout the region. And the Iranians, I believe, are saying they will only talk about nuclear, or they won't talk at all. Where does it leave diplomacy? I understand the importance for the Iranians of looking as if they're calling the shots. But I'm not sure that Trump is a negotiator who's happy to cede that authority in any negotiation. Extremely volatile times, and you get the feeling that it is a tinderbox, and regime change will certainly be Trump's goal, if push comes to shove.
President Trump says the United States and India have reached a landmark trade deal. The agreement is set to slash tariffs and reshape the economic relationship between the world's two largest democracies. Chris Gilbert reports.
The headlines say it all. Across India, newspapers all lead with the same story: the historic trade deal between Washington and Delhi. US President Donald Trump announced on his Truth social media platform that Washington will cut tariffs on Indian goods from 25 to 18%. In return, India will reduce its trade barriers with the US to zero. Prime Minister Modi was quick to respond online, thanking Donald Trump on behalf of more than 1 billion Indian citizens. The US relies heavily on India for affordable healthcare products and specialized engineering components and electronic goods. India's jewelry, textile, agricultural and petroleum industries will also be affected by the deal. But it goes beyond tariffs. Prime Minister Modi has committed India into buying more than $500 billion worth of American goods in energy, technology, agriculture and coal.
This is a good move for both countries, and with the trade agreement that has been signed, it will increase imports and exports. It will be beneficial for the citizens as well. It's a win-win for both countries.
And in a significant geopolitical shift, India has agreed to stop purchasing Russian oil. The Prime Minister's ruling alliance colleagues rose to congratulate him at a parliamentary party meeting, a show of support for what they are calling a diplomatic victory. But not everyone is celebrating. The agreed tariff rate of 18% is still 6 times higher than what American importers were paying before Trump's tariff policies began. US small businesses reportedly are calling it a permanent tax hike. The deal comes less than a week after India struck a separate landmark trade agreement with the European Union. For now, the US-India agreement signals a new chapter and a shift in the geopolitical order. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
Now, Dr. Ellie, Trump announced a trade deal with India that slashes U.S. tariffs on Indian goods to 18% from 50%. What more do we know about this agreement? I've been reading that information is a bit scarce.
True. First of all, another announcement, as we were saying about Trump's huge announcement. So a landmark deal. I don't think it's neither a landmark nor a deal. So
we'll call it an agreement.
Well, in that sense, nothing has been signed. There's no treaty. There's no significant arrangements. There's some political agreement in the sense of simply removing the tariffs that what they were increased initially to 25 and then another 25 as a punishment for buying Russian oil in that sense. So these will be removed to go back to the 18, yet as the report said, the 18 is already significantly higher than what it used to be before Trump. In return, talks about $500 billion of purchase and exchange or India getting from the US investments and so on. Nothing has been confirmed about this. There's no commitment for $500 billion. This is the general estimation. But definitely the significant part will be less tariffs, more open markets, more mutual investments, and this is definitely for the benefit of both economies significantly. And again, as the report said, it comes after the European deal with India. So definitely India is positioning itself in a very good sense with Western economies in a complementary way, in opposition to China presenting itself as an alternative to these economies.
And Michael, the condition here for this deal was that U.S. President Donald Trump said the deal was reached after Modi agreed to stop buying Russian oil. So is this kind of a strategy to gain some diplomatic muscle to force Russia to ceasefire, now rolling back to Ukraine?
Well, first, I'd like to, when Donald Trump leaves office, I'd like there to be an accounting of all the countries that have said they would invest billions and billions to find out actually how many did do what they said they would do. So
we need that before the midterm elections, not before.
That might not happen.
We'll handle the fact check. It'll be long.
So the Prime Minister's office has not confirmed it. Not that you would necessarily expect the Kremlin to, but they've said they haven't heard anything. And it's Donald Trump going on social media, which, as we spoke about a moment ago, is maybe not the best source of information for accuracy. So it is a challenge, but I think what the Prime Minister Modi recognizes, as he's got the other deals, he just signed, the mother of all deals with the EU. Like most people, he probably recognizes that if I want to get along with Donald Trump, if I want very little or very few tariffs or fewer tariffs than currently, take the path of least resistance with the president. That seems to be the best way forward. And I believe that Modi's finally recognized that I can maybe work on my relationship with China, which has had its ups and downs. I can maybe continue to have a relationship with Russia because Russia is India's biggest arms dealer. So that relationship is important to the Indian government. But I also have to make sure that I do get along with the Americans. So you make sure that you are maybe going to slide under Donald Trump's radar. So I'd be curious, despite all the press that's been out there over the last little while because of this deal, if the Prime Minister's office comes out with any detailed accounting about what is included, I wonder if it might just slide under the radar for good.
Right, because as you said, we're hearing two sides here, right? So do you think that India doesn't want to take sides here? Because how does this affect India's relationship with Russia? Because they are trading partners, aren't they?
Definitely with Russia, but also with China, they've been working significantly to improve that relationship. However, although they have interest and they are part of the BRICS and they do have interest in keeping contacts with everybody. Now with the deal with the EU, as we said, they placed themselves very positively. However, the Indian market, the Indian industries, the Indian production is significantly tied to significant American companies and American interests. And the mutual investments and the mutual partnerships have been very significant. So I think if forced to choose, definitely India's interests with the US are higher and more important for the Indian well-being and economy. And that's why, like many other countries, they wanted to give themselves all the other options and not remain dependent to a large extent to the US, especially with unpredictability with Trump's administration. So I think they did the right choice to, as Michael said, play it safe with the US, but also keep their options open with all other players. Now, the most interesting part of this deal for me was that Trump promised Venezuelan oil somehow, or at least alluded to that for India as a replacement for the Russian cheap oil, which is very significant.
And now to Gaza's key Rafah border crossing has reopened to Palestinians after Israel seized control of the gateway 2 years ago. Egyptian media said only 50 people would be allowed to cross in each direction. Egypt's health ministry has allocated 12,000 doctors and 30 rapid deployment teams to work with the transferred Palestinians. Now, Rawiya, we'll start with you. How significant is this move, and does this actually signify progress within the peace plan?
Well, it is quite significant when we consider that the Rafah crossing is the only gateway for Palestinians on the outside world that is, well, wasn't controlled by Israel traditionally, yet it has completely been controlled by Israel for now 18 months and completely blocked since May 2024. So it is significant because it will allow some relief of the humanitarian crisis that is going on in Gaza, a small relief, I would say, because aid is not going to come through the Rafah crossing. It's going to come through another crossing. The crossing is only open for Palestinians, pedestrian as well, not in cars. So the numbers are quite limited. We're talking about 50 people in each direction, 50 people to come back into Gaza from Egypt, and also 50 Palestinians to leave mainly for treatment, and they're allowed to have up to 2 family members to accompany them. So we're talking about maximum of 150 Palestinians leaving Gaza per day, but 50 only coming back in. So I don't think that this is, I mean, it is, let's say it's a strategic tactic. Maybe Israel is trying to relieve the pressure, that international pressure, that is put on it because of its blockade, because of its closing of the Rafah crossing, and therefore that would relieve some of the pressure also on Israel. But in terms of real issues on the ground, like governance, like the future of Hamas's disarmament, it doesn't really solve any of those issues. And it remains fragile. If anything happens, that crossing could be closed. And at the same time, we have to remember that we're talking about that small number of Palestinians being able to move across the borders in each direction. And at the same time, not much aid is coming in. So therefore, the opening of the Rafah crossing was supposed to be done in the first phase. Now we are in the second phase, and it is only a partial opening. So I don't think it adds much within the bigger framework of the peace process.
So for now, it's just a small humanitarian relief.
Absolutely.
For now. Shane, Egypt has also set some rules about how many can cross into its own territory. What is waiting for Palestinians on the other side?
Well, as you pointed out in sort of the intro, there's a lot. Sort of the Egyptian media pointed out that I think there's roughly like 150 hospitals, 300 ambulances, like you said, 12,000 doctors, and 30 rapid deployment teams. So there's a lot that's been put on display, but it's working both ways. Like we were saying earlier, there's 20,000 sick people in Palestine, and I think it was about like 4,000 children who need to come over. So you were saying if there's 50 coming over, sort of plus their family members, that's going to take 400 days for all of those people to come through. Which if they're in a bad condition and sick and wounded, that 400 days is a long time to be waiting. But then on the flip side of it, there was reports as well that there was 30,000 Gazans that are already in Egypt that have registered with the Cairo embassy that want to go back. So, that's like 50,000 people, or 60,000 if you add on the families that need to be moving through this small border crossing. So that's going to take a long time and a lot of management. And also, I think as well, I always bring it back to the money, because that's always what makes the world go round. Like, Egypt is not a rich country, so to be able to absorb all of these people and have this extra drain on their resources, they're already in need of, sort of bailouts, and, well, not really bailouts, but sort of investment from sort of the Gulf countries, from the IMF, from Europe. So to have this extra strain and have all of these sort of wounded and sort of sick people coming into its borders, which I think they generally seem to be reluctant to do based on sort of previous comments coming from the Egyptian side when, do you remember when Donald Trump said that, let's move all the Palestinians into sort of the Arab countries, there was sort of pushback on that. And what are the long-term implications? And, and then what happens with these 30,000 Gazians who are in Egypt who then want to go home? How are they going to be supported back in their home country? And there's a lot, I think. So I'm generally going to be back to being optimistic. I'd like to think, you said this is a small start, but then it's better than nothing. So I think let's look at it as a positive. But like you said, this was supposed to be in phase 1, and it's only happening now. So there's a long delay in the process. So I think it's going to take a while for all of this to be sorted out, and it's going to need sort of the Egyptian government to be on board with it and to be investing in it, which then is going to need support from, say, the Europeans who are on the sort of the periphery of it. So there's a lot to work out, which is always the case with politics. It's never an easy step.
Yes, because we're mentioning all the influx of people coming in and out, right? But are Gazans likely to return to Gaza after they've actually received medical treatment? We were talking before maybe about this collective trauma, right, that Gazans can go home?
Yes, I'll get to that. I mean, Shane just mentioned that apparently there are 30,000 Palestinians who are in Egypt that have registered that they want to come back. So people do want to come back. Now, you might ask the question, and you rightfully did, how are they going to be supported back in Gaza? Well, they're going back to utter destruction. To no houses, barely any medical infrastructure, no work, no roads, no water, no aid, yet they still want to come back. I think it has been embedded in the Palestinian psyche. It's a complex, basically. It's an eternal fear of displacement and eternal fear that if they leave, they won't be able to come back, because that's what happened during the Nakba in 1948. So everyone, and if you hear what the Palestinians were saying, the voices that were coming out of Gaza when the issue of displacement or transfer, let's say, that Trump suggested, the Israelis suggested that we need to get these people out. Now, at the beginning they said, so we can rebuild Gaza and then they'll be allowed to come back, yet the Palestinians, and they were also talk, that this is a permanent transfer. At the time, Egypt refused to take these people, they refused to take Palestinians who have been transferred, basically. Jordan also refused to take, a lot of Arab states refused that, and that is because they know that they will not be allowed to go back, or that's what they assume, that the Israelis are not going to allow them to come back. So therefore, yes, it seems so that Palestinians who are out, they want to go back to Gaza regardless of the destruction. And the ones who want to leave, they want to leave for many reasons. Probably the main reason is for treatment, basically, or to reunite with their families.
The 68th Grammy Awards have taken place in Los Angeles, where Kendrick Lamar was the biggest winner of the night for a second year in the row, taking home 5 awards. However, the biggest prize went to Bad Bunny, who won Album of the Year. The event was heavily politicized, with many commenting on the ICE protests, and President Trump has also threatened to sue host Trevor Noah. So, Shane, how political did things get here during the ceremony, and are we likely to see more for the upcoming Oscars?
Yeah, it was very, very political, but it does make me feel very old. Like, I don't know who half these artists are, and it's really, really tragic for me. But like for Billie Eilish, who I do know, she said that no one is illegal on stolen land, which is quite like dramatic. And I presume she's talking about sort of Native Americans and how they were originally displaced by sort of the original sort of Americans who came over. So that's quite dramatic. And then Olivia Dean was saying how she was the goddaughter of an immigrant and the product of bravery. And then you mentioned sort of Bad Bunny, who's a Puerto Rican rapper, and he was saying that Ice Out, which is no reference to Vanilla Ice, I'm led to believe. And, he was saying that we're not savage, we're not animals. So it was incredibly politicized. And I'm kind of in two minds about it, where I kind of think, yes, these people should sort of give their sort of commentary on it. But I kind of think as well that, people are tuning in to watch a music show and to listen to their artists. But everyone is entitled to their opinion. And will the same happen at the Oscars? I think it's highly, highly unlikely for a couple of reasons. One is that Conan O'Brien is the presenter, and he's generally apolitical. He presented it last year, and there was maybe like 1 or 2 jokes, so it wasn't very political at all. I think as well the fact that this is a vast generalization, but I'm going to go with it anyway, is that I think generally musicians are a lot more sort of controversial than sort of actors, and purely because they can still go and play gigs, sell concert tickets, they can make an album quite easily. While if you're an actor, you have to be collaborative, and you have to go and go to a studio. You can't just make a film. They cost millions of dollars when you're at that level. So they have to be generally more collaborative people and are generally less controversial. Unless you're like Robert De Niro, then you can kind of say what you like, but you're Robert De Niro, you can say what you like. So I think the Oscars, even though it's the #1 award show of this sort of season, I think is going to be less political. But if I'm wrong in a couple of weeks, you can play back this clip, it's fine.
We surely will.
Yeah.
Rawia, President Trump, as we also reported, threatened to sue the show's host, Trevor Noah. So
yes.
Tell us what's going on there.
Yes. Well, he threatened to sue him, and he called him talentless, and yeah, he wasn't very kind to him, let's say this. Well, Trevor Noah is basically the host of the Grammys. This is the 6th year in a row, and apparently this is the last year he will host it, according to his contract. So I think he found it a good opportunity, and he felt safe, and, you know, it's okay that he could make a comment. So he made a comment when he was presenting the Song of the Year award to Billie Eilish. He said that this is a Grammy that every artist wants almost as much as Trump wants Greenland, which makes sense. Then he goes on to say that makes sense because Epstein Island is gone, and now Trump needs a new island so he can hang out with Bill Clinton. You know, that didn't go down very well with Trump at all. Of course, President Trump responded on social media, as usual, on Truth Social. He called the joke false and defamatory. He wrote and said, "I cannot speak for Bill, but I have never been on the Epstein Island, nor anywhere close." And he even says that even the fake news media, they know that I have not been on that island. And he said that he called Trevor Noah a total loser. And he said, "Excuse me, it looks like I'm going to be sending my lawyers to Noah. Trevor Noah is going to be hearing from my lawyers, and I'm going to sue him for a lot of money." So, yeah. We might have another court case on our hands.
Another episode on the Trump's episodes of court cases. Also, can any of you answer this for me? What happened with Cher's blunder at the Grammys?
Oh yeah, that was something to do with Luther Vandross, where I think it was related to a song that had Luther in it, and then I think because she's of that generation, she I think that's been blown out of proportion, to be honest. I think Cher is of that age. She can make a mistake if she wants. She's like the queen of pop. So I think give her a break.
She was a bit confused that I think with the teleprompter, and then she basically said the name of the winner, a different name. But yeah, Cher can do anything.
Yeah, I think she can do whatever she likes.
She is allowed.
Yeah.
We can all forgive Cher. There were worse mistakes.
Yeah.
Look at her.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, talks between the US and Iran are expected to be held in Turkey on Friday. We ask what chance is there of a diplomatic solution now, and what might an eventual deal mean for the US-Iran relationship and the wider region. This follows weeks of tensions and US military build-up in the area. Plus, following violence in Balochistan, Pakistan's largest province, which borders both Afghanistan and Iran, we ask what is behind that violence. We'll also get the latest on the situation there. All of that to come on Global News Today. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with breaking developments out of Iran. And after more than a decade of stalled nuclear talks, the question now is, will we finally see a new deal on the table under the Trump administration? Well, the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian says he has ordered the start of negotiations with the United States. The talks are expected to be held in Turkey on Friday. Well, President Donald Trump has warned that there are big US warships nearby, And he's threatened that bad things will happen if there's no deal. Let's take a listen.
We have ships heading to Iran right now, big ones, biggest and the best. And we have talks going on with Iran. We'll see how it all works out. Well, I can't tell you what I'm going to do because right now, we have a tremendous force going there, just like we did in Venezuela, even bigger. I'd like to see a deal negotiated. I don't know that that's going to happen. Right now, we're talking to them. We're talking to Iran, and if we can work something out, that'd be great. And if we can't, probably bad things would happen.
Well, we can speak now to General Joseph Votel, retired four-star general and former commander of U.S. Central Command. He joins us from Minnesota. General Votel, thank you very much indeed for joining us. We were just listening to a clip before we crossed to you of President Trump saying that some large U.S. warships are heading to Iran. He warned that bad things would probably happen if a deal cannot be reached. In your opinion, does the United States want a deal, or do you think they want to seize the opportunity, seize the momentum, and tackle Iran once and for all?
Thanks, Tom. It's good to be with you again. I think the United States is looking for a deal here. Certainly, the president has a very unique way of communicating, and he is definitely leveraging military power here, the deterrent and the threatening aspect of military power here, to put more pressure on the regime, to get them to some type of discussions and ultimately to an agreement here. I think it's in our long-term interests. It's certainly in the interests of the region to try to find a diplomatic agreement here with Iran. Now, that's not going to be easy. I think the U.S. demands are pretty high for this, but certainly I think that represents a better outcome for everybody involved rather than just resulting in military action.
I mean, Tehran's regional influence has been severely reduced in recent months by Israeli attacks on their proxies. We've also seen anger on the streets throughout the last couple of weeks. The economy looks extremely weak. If President Trump wants a change of leadership in Iran, isn't it a case of now or never?
Well, I don't think what the U.S. has expressed is a change in regime. I think what we are really focused on is a change in policy. And I do think the president, I think the administration recognizes the weak position that the Iranian regime leadership is in, largely as a result of the reasons that you just highlighted. Certainly, we should never count them out. They have had some time to recover from the strikes of last year, and again, they are capable. So we have to take that seriously. But I do think the president recognizes the precarious position that the regime is in.
When you say they're capable, and just recalling the words of the Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, warning of a regional war if his country is attacked, I mean, what are Iran's options when it comes to retaliation, do you think?
Well, one of the things Iran can do is certainly use the remnants of their ballistic missile capabilities and other things to attack oil resources in the region, go after our partners and create more of a problem and really regionalize the conflict. That's certainly one of the things they can do. And while their proxy network, I think, has definitely been impacted over the last year, it certainly hasn't gone away. We've actually seen several Shia Iranian connected groups in Iraq that have threatened to take action if the U.S. does conduct military action. So they can do things in the Straits of Hormuz. So there are options, and while they may not have lasting impact, they certainly can create chaos. They certainly can regionalize the conflict, and they can certainly make things more difficult for the United States and our other partners across the region.
The Supreme Leader used to say that direct talks with the United States would be a sign of weakness. And now it looks as though direct talks are going to take place on Friday in Istanbul. What does that tell us, do you think?
I think it tells us that the regime, despite not liking what is happening here, is beginning to think a little bit more pragmatically about this, and is hoping to engage in a discussion, the one that buys them time. Hopefully, will result in an agreement from our standpoint. But I mean, I think it highlights that there are some limits to what the regime is capable of doing here, and they are going to have to address the diplomatic aspects of this.
In a sense, the genie is out of the bottle with regards to strikes on Iranian territory, which used to be something previous US presidents were fearful of. It was something of a taboo. But the fact that President Trump ordered the bunker-busting strikes on the nuclear facilities back in June, Tehran knows he means what he says, and they've seen that in Venezuela as well. How much do you think this changes Iran's calculations?
I think it has to have a significant impact. I mean, the movement of significant resources into the region, particularly air and maritime resources, the movement of defensive, resources to help protect our installations and our troops across the region, I think sends a very clear message, and we are serious about a policy change with the regime in Tehran, and that if that doesn't take place, then we are fully prepared to use our military power to continue to put more pressure on the regime and make things more difficult for them. So I think they have to take this very, very seriously.
And we've heard President Trump talking about what he's called a massive American naval armada in the region. Do you think that armada, all of that material, can go back to the United States without something having been done? In other words, do you think the United States has to do something, if nothing else, for a domestic audience, or is that not part of the calculation?
No, I don't think it's necessary that we actually have to do something with these resources. I don't think that's the way we look at it. I think we have a much more deliberate approach to the employment of force, and I think the employment of force is always the last option. I think we're very keen to try to emphasize diplomatic approaches wherever we can. I think that's what the president is doing. But at the same time, I think it's important to appreciate that the U.S. is trying to use all elements of national power, military, diplomatic, informational, economic here, to really put pressure on the regime to come to the table and engage in earnest discussions with the United States.
How's this playing out politically in the United States? Is this a partisan issue, or are we tending to hear people in the GOP applauding President Trump and encouraging him, or are we tending to hear Democrats urging caution? What's the discourse at the moment?
Well, I think everyone urges caution with employment in the military. We understand the impacts of this. We can't foresee all the possible consequences, although we can certainly understand some of the things that are happening. So I do think there is an element of caution here, but I also think there's a recognition that trying to stabilize this region is not going to be ultimately possible without a significant change in how Iran is conducting themselves. We've certainly seen a lot over the last year that has impacted that, but yet the rhetoric that comes from them, the crackdown that we've seen on their own people, means that this is a regime that can still contribute a lot of instability to the region. And so I think the most who pay attention to kind of national security challenges, certainly in the Middle East, recognize that there has to be some type of resolution of this Iranian situation, and hopefully a diplomatic one. But if not, then using military power to continue to put pressure on the regime.
I mean, there are those who warn that striking Iran will actually have the reverse effect to the one that is desired by the United States and some of its allies, and end up strengthening the regime. Do you agree with that argument? Tell us more about what you think is the logic behind people who think along those lines.
Well, I think what we would like to see in something like that is we definitely see the Iranian regime, striking back in some manner, but also using their information power to basically portray themselves as this state fighting back against the United States and the West and their desires to control the region. So I definitely can see some of that. I don't think my personal view is I think the Iranian regime has lost a lot of its its moral leadership in the region, largely as a result of the number of things that it has supported across the region: its proxies, its ballistic missiles, its sowing of other problems across the region here. So they don't really have that moral high ground that they perhaps once thought they had. And they certainly don't have the deterrent capability that they once had. So I think they're in a very weakened position, although I do expect they will play very strongly to their audience that they are fighting back and defending the Shias, defending the region from Western powers.
So there are people in the U.S. political landscape who are calling for caution. There are regional allies here in the Middle East calling for caution. We know that Steve Witkoff, the U.S. Special Envoy, is due to meet with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and he's also expected at the negotiating table in Istanbul on Friday. What sort of message do you think he's likely to get from the Israelis?
Well, I think the Israelis have been very consistent in their messages. They are very concerned about protecting themselves, and certainly since the events of October 7th, they have taken a much more active role in protecting their borders, protecting their nation. So I think understandably they continue to have concerns that Iran's ability to reconstitute some of its nuclear weapons program, the removal of the enriched uranium that they have, the stockpiles that they have, these all portend long-term challenges for the region, but in particular for Israel. And so I think that I would expect that the Prime Minister would make these kinds of points to our envoy. But at the same time, I think Mr. Witkoff certainly will be carrying the message from the president about our desire to try to resolve this peacefully before we resort to the use of military power.
How do you rate President Trump's chances of succeeding where previous presidents have not with regards to the Iran dossier?
I can't be in the business of predicting success of the president. Certainly, he has he's taken a very aggressive approach to this, and he has continued to stay engaged in this. I think that's important to emphasize the importance of getting this resolved. So I hope that he's successful in this. I hope that these meetings in Istanbul on Friday result in more discussions that begin to move us in a path where we can begin to address these long underlying issues in a way that doesn't necessarily require the region to have active, ongoing military operations all the time. I think that's a tall order. I think it's going to be a challenge with the Iranian regime, but I don't think it's impossible. So I hope that the president and the administration will be successful in what they're doing.
Just lastly, I mean, how dangerous is the situation right now? How great is the scope for a mistake or a miscalculation, given your military experience?
Well, I think any time you accumulate a large amount of military resources in any particular area, in this case in the Gulf, the opportunity for mistakes, for miscalculations are very, very high. I feel very confident in the performance of the U.S. military and their ability to conduct themselves in accordance with the laws of armed conflict and in accordance with our policy. But again, we don't always know what is happening on the other side. So I think there could be some miscalculations here, and certainly that could pressurize the situation and maybe lead to some kind of armed intervention taking place. I certainly hope that's not the case, but I certainly think you always have to consider that when you have a lot of forces concentrated into a relatively compact area.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, General Joseph Votel. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, we're joined now by David Hale, former U.S. Special Envoy for Peace in the Middle East and former U.S. Secretary of State for Political Affairs. He also served as U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon, Pakistan and Jordan. Ambassador Hale, thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. What do you think Washington wants to get out of these talks that we assume are taking place on Friday in Istanbul?
Well, the long-standing position, stated position of the Trump administration has been that any deal has to be an improvement on the JCPOA nuclear deal that was negotiated way back during the Obama administration, 2015. And that means absolutely no capacity to enrich uranium, no capacity to produce ballistic missiles. And one aspect that is particularly new is to demand that Iran end its destabilizing behavior throughout the Middle East. These, of course, have been consistently rejected by the Iranians. Now that there is the credible threat of military action hanging over their heads, they're willing to come back to talks, but whether that's a serious proposal or simply an effort to buy time, we'll find out over the course of the coming days.
Indeed. I mean, with the USS Abraham Lincoln in the region and a considerable amount of US military material, plus looking at the track record of the Trump administration, strikes were carried out on Iranian territory back in June of last year. We saw what happened in Venezuela. Do you think perhaps Iran's red lines aren't quite as red as they used to be?
I think it'd be very difficult for them to step back from these ideas, but the regime is definitely more vulnerable than it's ever been since the revolution in 1979 because of its internal problems, the loss of its external allies, the proxies in the region, and the points you make about the realization that the Trump administration means business and is prepared to act in unconventional ways that they may have assumed previous administrations were not prepared to go toward. So we'll see. I think the important thing is probably not to judge what happens on the first day or the second day. This is going to require persistent maintenance of pressure from all sides, the military side, the diplomatic side, and ramping up economic sanctions, which are not fully being enforced, if we're going to really change the mindset and the calculation of the Iranian leadership.
Right, and we've heard from Iran's supreme leader saying that a regional war will break out if his country is attacked. How seriously do you think Washington and its regional allies are taking such a threat?
Well, I think it'd be a mistake to dismiss it entirely, but I really question whether the Iranians would go that far because I think they've already learned how devastating an escalation would be for their own capabilities. They can't face the might of the United States and Israel. That has been proven. Going back to the tanker war, the last time we really had a heated exchange with the Iranians, they backed off pretty quickly when they realized they were outgunned. So don't dismiss it. I know the Arab states have a lot at stake, and the last thing they want is uncertainty and instability. But I don't really believe that the Iranians can go down that road.
Right. We know that Steve Witkoff, the Trump administration's special envoy, is likely to be at those talks, presiding over those talks in Istanbul on Friday. He's also due to meet Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel today. He's going to be hearing quite a lot of different opinions, isn't he, Steve Witkoff, as to which way the U.S. should proceed?
Yes, I mean, it's normal and to be welcomed, actually, that we're consulting states that have a great deal at stake in this and making sure that we get their best advice. But that they also understand what it is we're planning to do. In my experience as a diplomat in the Middle East, a lot of the difficulties we have to overcome is uncertainty about our staying power. Many of our allies have witnessed us talking big, doing something dramatic, and then walking away. And they're left to deal with the consequences. So that's, I think, probably the question up front in the minds of not just Netanyahu, but our Arab allies in the Gulf as well. Is, are you going to stick to this, and are you going to help protect us should the Iranians escalate?
There are a lot of analysts out there who are drawing parallels with what happened in Venezuela. And I know these are two very different countries, but we have also heard from President Trump on Truth Social saying there is a larger fleet than the fleet that was sent to Venezuela. And like that fleet, it is ready, willing, and able to rapidly fulfill its mission. How easy would it be for the US to break the leadership's grip on power in Tehran, do you think?
Well, as you said, these are two very different countries. There's a great deal of discontent, as we have seen in Iran, but the regime has proven its ability to be as ruthless as you can be to suppress it. So I don't think that there's any unified opposition, as we saw in Venezuela, any kind of real memory of democracy, of governmental change, and the give and take of a liberal democracy. This is all about power. And the security services and the pillars of the regime still are sticking together. They're still united despite all the pressures. So that's, again, why persistence is important. If the negotiations don't really produce any breakthroughs, the administration is going to face the question, what next? And then that's when regime change becomes, I think, a more considered possibility. But what does that really mean? How would we do it? Is it a decapitation of the Ayatollah? that could actually just enhance the legitimacy of this regime, and the security services, the IRCG, could just step up and fill the vacuum. Or do we want to do something more fundamental? Then how do we do that? How can military action actually bring about the kind of change in a country as authoritarian as Iran is today?
No one saw in Venezuela the idea of working through a compliant successor in the form of Delcy Rodriguez. No one foresaw that in the outside world. Maybe the Trump administration and the inner circle knew about it, but such a scenario removes the need for a risky, expensive occupation and an invasion. I mean, is there a parallel to be drawn here?
Yes, I mean, I think that the temptation from the Trump administration, if they do have to move beyond these talks, if they're not producing, would be just that. And it would probably entail, the civilian cabinet is basically not powerful. It would be somebody from the IRGC stepping up. And they're not really very different than what we have today. But if it involves some kind of an arrangement where we do get what we want on the nuclear deal in exchange for lifting sanctions and tolerating this new quasi-new setup, maybe there's a deal there to be had.
How's this playing out in Washington? That's where you are. I mean, some Democrats are warning that military strikes could backfire. They could have the effect of strengthening the regime. How strong is that argument? Do you buy into it?
Well, it's definitely an argument to be made. I don't particularly buy into it. I think that we saw last summer when we joined Israel in the attacks on the nuclear facilities in Iran, there was a great deal of that kind of talk, hand-wringing fear of World War III. None of that materialized. The Iranian retaliation was basically a hand slap on our base in Doha. It was obviously damaging to the reputation of the Qataris, but it wasn't militarily significant. And basically, it stopped there. And I suspect we could face something similar now. But you never know. So you got to be prepared for all things. The other challenge for the administration when you talk about Washington is that there really hasn't been much of a debate about the pros and cons of what's going on here. And we're more used to having a kind of open process of give and take. I think this president's decided that executive authority allows him to do this, and he doesn't really need to waste his time talking to naysayers.
What was said a couple of months ago to us on this channel by a lot of the people we spoke to in Washington when US military material was being deployed to the coast of Venezuela was that material couldn't simply turn around and go back without something having happened. Do you think the same applies here, and that the Trump administration has to have something to show for the presence of that military buildup? And if so, what?
Right. I mean, it was a bit of a setback, temporary. The president talked about military action, but, backed off when the Iranians sort of promised they wouldn't execute people. Of course, they killed thousands anyway. But now he's showing he means business, and it's hard to stand something like that down without a loss of your credibility and leverage. We have it. The president has built enormous leverage on the Iranians. To throw it away by getting nothing in return and then de-escalating your presence for no good reason would really be a setback for our policy, and the Iranians would draw lessons from that they can outweigh us.
Sure. I mean, Iran looks very weak. Their hand looks weak. The economy, regional setbacks in the form of strikes carried out by Israel on their proxies, regional isolation, and on top of all of that, the domestic unrest we've seen these last few weeks. I mean, have they got any cards at all to play, do you think?
Time. They have learned since 1979 that the United States will eventually lose interest. We're a democracy. Our policies change every 2 to 4 years. Americans don't like to have these long suffering conflicts going on, and they have been able to outweigh different policy approaches by different presidents time and time again. It's essential that change. That means whatever we do, we should keep at it, be persistent until we get at least a sufficient measure of what it is we're trying to achieve here, which is an end to Iran's nuclear threats to the neighborhood and an end to its malign subversion of its neighbors.
Do you think President Trump is going to succeed where past US presidents have not when it comes to bringing about meaningful change in Iran?
I think he's got a better chance than the others, again, because of his proven track record of behaving in unconventional ways. So the Iranians can't be sure exactly what he's going to do, and he knows very well how to play that leverage. So I think that the important thing is that we not be tempted by some shallow promises on the four issues I mentioned, that with agreements that can't be verified. I mean, that would be the biggest danger, is that the pressure on the administration will be to actually cut a deal, end the military buildup, but the deal proves to be less than meets the eye.
Do you think a surprise attack might be the preferred course of action, given this desire for, or the appearance of unpredictability by the Trump administration? Do you think the talks are some sort of a facade for a surprise attack? Would you buy into that idea?
Maybe. I mean, I'm retired. I'm not conversant with the discussions, but I did work for the Trump administration in the first term, and he was always about wanting a deal. He's actually not a warmonger. He understands the importance of the use and deployment of threat when necessary, but I think what he says is what he wants, which is a better deal than JCPOA.
Okay, Ambassador Hale, just lastly, I mean, there are people concerned about mistakes being made, about miscalculations, about tempers flaring. How great is the risk of a miscalculation at this particular moment, would you say?
Oh, it's always very high. Military actors, states like this, even the United States, we can sometimes believe we have everything under control when we don't. We may have made assumptions about decisions and assumptions of our opponent that prove to be faulty, and you can find yourself in an escalatory situation, or just an accident happens. Somebody may be trying to do a hand slap, symbolic military attack that ends up, sadly, killing many, many civilians unintentionally, and then you have enormous pressure on the opponent to fight back. So yeah, it's always a danger, and that's, I think, why the administration should be applauded for taking its time here. It has not rushed into this.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. David Hale, former US Special Envoy for Peace in the Middle East. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, let's get some more analysis. We can speak to William Lawrence, former senior US diplomat, who joins us now from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. I gather you've lived and served for some 13 years in a variety of different Middle East and North African countries. Let me start by asking you about these talks that are going to be hosted by Turkey on Friday between the United States and Iran. How do you rate the chances of those talks?
Well, it all depends on Trump and his whims. But the biggest problem is one of speed. The Iranians are always on a slow track in their negotiations, as we saw with those many rounds of Vienna talks to try to resuscitate the nuclear deal with successive Trump administrations. And the Americans are always on a fast track, concede now or we attack you. So that, I think, will be one of the biggest things to overcome. Can the Iranians offer something quickly enough to stave off the American attack, or can the Americans accept something that looks like an accomplishment to hold off on the attack? Don't forget that the last American attack was held off by the promise that Iranian wouldn't kill 800 of its arrestees. Now, there were a lot of counterclaims that wasn't about to happen, but they did stop one execution, and there may have been 800 promised not to be executed at that time. And so, with Trump, as you know, it's often a whim. It's often he tries to be unpredictable, and that unpredictability both serves him and hurts the long-term viability of these agreements. But if the Iranians offer enough, the attack that looks like it's on the verge of being ready to be executed could be delayed again.
Right. And so what you said at the beginning about how the United States wants some swift responses from the Iranians, and the Iranians have a tendency to drag their heels. I mean, the presence of the USS Abraham Lincoln in the waters off the Persian Gulf, plus all of that other US military material, I mean, time is not on the side of the Iranians, is it?
Absolutely not. And this strategy of Trump has been used in other theaters, including Venezuela. We had a huge military buildup in Venezuela that lasted for some 6 months before the operation to kidnap and extradite or remove Maduro, and then leave the regime in place, which creates all kinds of other speculation, which is what will make the U.S. happy. There's been a lot of discussion in Washington about a Venezuelan scenario, which could be as simple as the Iranian regime doing some sort of reconfiguration, like letting more opposition into the government and oil concessions. That's the Venezuelan solution. While another aspect of this, which is sort of confusing, is that the goalposts and objectives keep changing. Is it the nuclear program? Is it regime change? Is it the proxy warfare in, that 7-front war of the Israelis, and attacks on American interest? Is it just oil concessions? It's very unclear what the Trump administration views as a victory. And I don't think Trump even knows day to day what he will consider a victory. But the Iranians do need to move quickly and offer something big or that looks big when it's offered.
Right. And we've talked a lot the last 16, 17 months on this channel about Tehran's regional influence suffering as a result of Israeli attacks on their proxies. And if President Trump wants there to be a change of leadership in Iran, I mean, is it now or never, do you think?
No, and there's no history of aero bombing causing regime change, which is what Trump seems to want to do. Regime change happens in other ways, and the most successful way for regimes to change is for the local population to kick them out. Now, the Shah's descendant, who's U.S.-based and is pushing for this, and Iranians in the diaspora who oppose the current regime, think that if the U.S. engages in their domestic rebellion against the regime by bombing, somehow that will affect regime change because they can sort of tip the balance. I'm not so sure about that. There is a chance that the protests could start up again, but that's a regime that's not going to fall easily, even though it's in its weakest position since the 1979 Iranian Revolution. It takes a lot to dislodge, a well-armed, well-entrenched, supported by part of the population regime like we have in Iran, like the regime we have in Venezuela. So again, I think in the end, this is going to be more about narratives of victory rather than victory. And so the Iranians have to figure out a way to deliver the Americans some sort of win, like they did on that stopping of the 800 supposedly to be executed, in order for Trump to be able to claim victory after this huge military buildup. But I'm not sure they have it in them. The Iranians tend to fall back on their sovereign rights to do things like develop nuclear energy and many of the other things that they do. And so it's hard even among Iranians for them to agree on what to offer the Trump administration.
Right. And since you mentioned the son of the last Shah, Reza Pahlavi, I mean, we never really saw President Trump fully embracing him. And I'm wondering whether you agree with that, first of all. And do you think that President Trump sees the lack of what he might see as credible opposition in Iran as a deterrent to perhaps doing more than what he has done up until this point?
Well, on Trump not embracing, it's been really interesting trajectory because, until the last couple of months, most Iranians didn't embrace that, nor did many of the people who advised Trump in Iran. And yet there seems, because of the level of carnage in Iran, whether you believe the low figure of 4,000 or 5,000 killed or the high figure of 30,000 killed, or believe that that's somewhere in there, there's been such a massive amount of carnage in Iran and the killing of protesters. Even the Iranian regime admitted that several thousand had been killed. The current feeling, both in Iran and among many of the people on Trump, is that anybody's better than this regime, and fine. If Pahlavi is the solution, at least for the short term, that's fine. And that's a new development. He was not strongly favored even a couple of months ago. Again, either in Washington or in Iran. Now, in terms of the opposition getting mobilized again and coalescing, I'm a little bit skeptical I've spent a lot of my career studying protest and revolutions, and they don't usually stop and start this way, and they don't usually mobilize domestically just because of an international gesture. Now, if the Americans were going to do the old style regime change of, a much more massive attack and an invasion like happened in Iraq, which I would not advocate, and I was strongly opposed to the Iraq invasion, then you could see, a popular uprising to sort of support what the Americans were doing. But the idea that, a short, intense bombing is going to get millions of Iranians back out in the street when they aren't in the street right now to overthrow the regime is, I don't think, likely. And let me say one more thing about, populations that revolt. They make a rational choice. And if they believe that, in the moment they can overthrow a regime and not necessarily suffer that many consequences, they'll keep going. If they feel like the wind is changing, if they can join into something, they'll do something. But if many thousands and perhaps tens of thousands have been killed, and so many have been arrested, and the internet's shut down, so it's hard for them to coordinate, or shut down in most respects. If they're going to somehow remobilize and retake the risks of being slaughtered again by the thousands, I don't think the population of Iran is going to go that far, because, people do try to preserve their own lives, when it comes to massive uprisings, and they've already sort of gone back to their homes. The odds that a short U.S. bombing is going to bring them out again, I think, is not high.
That's true, but one of the things we've heard from insiders in the Iranian regime the last couple of days is that this sense that the public anger in Iran, although that people aren't out on the streets at this particular moment, is so great that fear is no longer a deterrent. At least that's how it's viewed by the leadership in Iran. And I'm wondering whether not having fear as a deterrent leaves them with a sense of vulnerability.
That's a good thing for the Iranian regime and its supporters to think that. And I think that was the case a month ago or 3 weeks ago. I'm not sure it's the case today. I do believe that fear is keeping people home at the current instant, today, yesterday, tomorrow. If they go back to that fearlessness, then yes, that formula might work for regime change. But again, a short staccato U.S. bombing is hard to coordinate with the type of sustained protest it would need for weeks and weeks, to rebuild up the momentum that would shake the foundations of the Iranian regime. I mean, I think we had protests in 500 and something locations, 170 cities and towns across Iran. And that's a real, that takes a lot of organizing and mobilizing to make that happen. And to time that, with the U.S. bombing, I'm not so sure, in which case the U.S. bombing might have to be sustained over weeks or months, which is not what the Trump administration wants, because there would be so much international and domestic United States anger, that the president, who said, I'm here to solve conflicts around the world and stop U.S. Long-term engagements overseas, is engaged in a long-term battle in Iran. I don't think that would fly very well, particularly among his MAGA base. And so, again, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think it would be very hard to pull off a combination of U.S. bombing and then trying to nudge the Iranians in the direction of a all-out protests like we had several weeks ago to effect regime change. And by the way, the Iranian regime is ready for it. I mean, they know what's coming, and regimes can hang on even when they're unpopular through a lot if they know what's coming.
Okay, so you're arguing in the way that some of the people on the other side of the aisle from President Trump are arguing at the moment, which is that a U.S. strike on Iran could have the effect of actually weakening the protest movement and giving the leadership some sort of a rally round the flag opportunity.
Yeah, that's not what I said. I do believe that's possible, although, on the spectrum between fear and rally around the flag, I think that the Iranian population will end up somewhere in the middle. I think we're past rally around the flag. the way it would have been if the U.S. had bombed without thousands of Iranians being killed. But I also don't believe that Iranians will simply rise up en masse if the U.S. bombs Iran for a day or two like it did last June. I think, and that type of sustained U.S. involvement, I don't think Trump has it in him. I don't think his supporters want that. And so the main variable here is not the Iranian population. It's how much attacking of Iran the U.S. population and the U.S. administration wants to engage in. And I don't think they really want that type of sustained attack.
Right. And just to wrap up and going back to Istanbul, I mean, Iran has always maintained that they will not negotiate with the United States under pressure. And here they are agreeing, we think, to attend the negotiations in Istanbul with the USS Abraham Lincoln and all that U.S. military material in the Persian Gulf. They've also set out some red lines and said, these are our red lines. And, in terms of posturing, they're obviously trying to put their cards on the table and look like they're going into those talks in a position of strength, even if perhaps they're not. Do you think it means that perhaps their red lines, the fact that they're agreeing to these talks in the first place, having said they wouldn't agree to talks under such conditions, means that their red lines aren't really that red?
That's the most important question. And I think the simple way to answer it is that both of the things that the Iranians said that you laid out are, postures, their positions more than their realities. They are negotiating under pressure, and the red lines do have to be less than fully read. And this gets back to what I was saying about the pace, because the speed with which the redness could be erased and that Iran could make larger concessions will be somewhat determinative of whether these talks beginning in Istanbul will be successful in averting a conflict. There's also the problem, and you have not been doing this today, but a lot of the analysis is sort of an either or thing. Either the Americans attack or they negotiate, whereas Trump views it as threatening to attack and attacking in order to negotiate, which is almost the opposite of, as you said, of the way the Iranians frame this. So, the degree to which the Iranian play here, because what they're really doing is trying to reduce the U.S. pressure in order to allow internal Iranian, hardliners, softliners to be able to agree on something rather than the hardliners saying, no, we can't agree on anything because of that level of pressure. The degree to which the Iranians can convince the Trump administration to lower the rhetoric, to back off a bit, to commit not to attack for a certain period, or any other public or private gesture that makes it look like the pressure is being reduced, that will make the negotiations likely to be more successful, because the hardliners in Iran can sort of move off their hardest positions, and the softliners can win the day, as they did with the JCPOA, because you always have a debate within the Iranian regime that will produce whatever positions they come to. So I'm not hopeful that Istanbul will succeed, or sanguine that it's likely to succeed. But I do think that there's a way that they could pull this off, the Iranians, if they make enough of an offer, and if the sager minds in the Trump administration say, I think we can live to fight another day against Iran, and we're going to accept some sort of deal.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. As ever, William Lawrence, former senior US diplomat. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
My pleasure.
Now we're going to turn our attention to Pakistan, where the country's largest province, Balochistan, has been shaken by a wave of coordinated attacks, while insurgents carried out shootings and suicide bombings, which are reported to have killed more than 35 civilians. Well, Pakistan says it is stepping up operations, and the parliament in Islamabad is calling for a national response, accusing, quote, external sponsors of backing the attacks. Well, the government claims India was involved. That's a charge New Delhi denies. Well, we're joined now by Senator Mushahid Hussain, who is the former information minister there in Pakistan. He joins us from Islamabad. Senator, thank you very much indeed for joining us on Al Arabiya English. There has been deadly violence in Balochistan, and just really for the benefit of our viewers, we're talking here about Pakistan's largest province in terms of area. It's on the southwestern border with Afghanistan. What's your understanding of the current situation there?
Well, the current situation is quite under control of the Pakistan security forces and the government of Balochistan and the government of Pakistan. But the context of this recent cycle of violence unleashed by proxy terrorists sponsored from abroad is that they try to have attacks on Pakistan's hospitals, banks, schools, military installations. And it was an offensive which was apparently timed with the volatile and unstable regional scenario, because Balochistan, Pakistan's largest province, as you rightly mentioned, is bordering Iran with 900 kilometers and also parts of Afghanistan. So it's the context was the regional scenario in Iran, and also Pakistan is about to launch the second phase of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, which is part of the Belt and Road Initiative, and the Gwadar port in Balochistan on the Arabian Sea is the centerpiece of CPEC. Plus, we have critical minerals in Balochistan province, and we are having a strong investment from international investors, both in the west and in the east, from the east in Balochistan. So it's basically a classic case of destabilization and covert operations externally sponsored primarily by India, and perhaps with a wink or nod from Israel too.
Okay, you've raised some really important points, so we have lots to talk about. We're talking here about the so-called Baloch Liberation Army, which is, of course, banned in Pakistan, and it's designated as a terrorist organization by the United States. Help us understand, what do they say they want?
Well, I think the agenda of the terrorists, under whatever label they go by, and they go by 2-3 labels, and one of them has just been mentioned by you, is the same as, frankly, the agenda of Pakistan's adversaries, particularly our neighbor India. And basically that is to create unrest and cleavage among communities living inside Balochistan, because they often try to foment ethnic unrest by killing a section which is non-local, or shall we say non-Baloch. And then secondly, they want to undermine the foreign investments there, particularly investments from China. And thirdly, also they want to create an impression of victimhood by saying that it is they are at the receiving end, although they are the perpetrators of some of the worst kind of violence against unarmed locals in Balochistan. So this is, I would say, a broad composite agenda. Overall, it is to weaken, divide and destabilize Pakistan, if they can try to do that.
Right, and that explains what I was going to ask you next, why they are targeting the targets they target, which include the Pakistani security forces, they include civilian targets, also includes Chinese nationals. And I'm wondering whether that is the reason that you've just been telling us about the Belt and Road Initiative and Chinese investment in Pakistan. Do you think that's why Chinese nationals in Pakistan have been targeted by the BLA?
The Chinese nationals in Pakistan are basically technicians, engineers, and experts working on different projects, particularly in the port city of Gwadar, where the Chinese have built a port, and that port is going to be the port that will ensure a linkage with landlocked Central Asia and other parts of the region. And it's also the gateway to Pakistan's prosperity through the Belt and Road Initiative. And basically they feel that the Chinese investment would strengthen the Federation of Pakistan, would help alleviate poverty in Balochistan, would also promote development in the province of Balochistan, aims that they would like to undermine, because these issues like prosperity or peace or stability or development in Balochistan undermines the narrative of the terrorists, which they say is that no, Balochistan is backward and it's being exploited, which is not the case, because CPEC provides the opportunity for development of Balochistan, and which they would like to deny through acts of violence, an agenda which is in sync with their external sponsors.
And let's talk a bit more about these external sponsors. Before we come on to India, I, as we said at the beginning, explained to our viewers that Balochistan borders Afghanistan. Is there any suggestion there are links or there's coordination between the BLA and the Taliban?
Yes, there are, because the proxy terrorists of the Afghan Taliban regime in Pakistan, which is the TTP in another province called KP, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, have also a close alignment and coordination. And this is openly stated by these terrorists with the BLA, which you have just mentioned. So the terrorists in Balochistan and the terrorists which are also sponsored from Afghanistan are closely aligned, because the goal is the same, and that is to weaken and destabilize Pakistan. And that linkage is well documented, and it's also now publicly stated.
Okay, so on the one hand, they are supported, you say, well, they have ties to the Taliban. And on the other hand, you've mentioned, and Pakistan's Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi has also called the BLA Indian-backed terrorists. That's something that New Delhi denies and calls baseless. Why would India back a group that also has ties with the Taliban?
Well, if you have been following developments in the region, last month an Afghan Taliban delegation led by their foreign minister visited Delhi, and they had reached an agreement on a number of issues. So since the Kabul regime is currently at odds with Pakistan because of the border issue that we accuse the Kabul regime of not stopping the terrorists from their soil to attack Pakistan, there has been some, I would say, disconnect or a lack of a good relationship between Islamabad and Kabul. And there's an old adage in English: the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So it's opportunism on both sides. The religious, bigoted Hindutva regime in Delhi and the Islamic, so-called Islamic regime in Kabul, they are all working together. In fact, I would say broadly, there's what I would call a terror troika. It's a terror troika of India, Afghanistan, and even Israel, because Israel and India are close allies. And last year, the Israelis think tank in Washington, D.C. called MEMRI, M-E-M-R-I, Middle East Media Research Institute, which is a front for Mossad, they announced the Balochistan Studies Project, publicly, by the way, in, I think it was June or July 2025, that they would like to focus on this issue. And Balochistan, as you know, is a province of Pakistan, and there's also a province by the same name, Sistan Balochistan, in Iran. So basically, destabilization of Balochistan, like they did, others used to play the Kurdish card in the past. So fanning linguistic and ethnic fault lines with a purpose of weakening Muslim countries. So I feel that, unfortunately, this is a dangerous game that is being played in our part of the world, and it is counterproductive, because then it can affect India also in its own way, because India is a diverse country with a lot of internal insurgencies, and there can be a blowback.
Yeah, I mean,
see that happening.
Okay, and I mean, it's been 9 months, hasn't it, since the conflict between Pakistan and India, and you know, tensions got really heightened at one point back in May. I mean, are we looking here at the risk of another escalation between Pakistan and your neighbours?
I feel that the Indian tactics have changed, because in May, as you mentioned, it was not just rising tensions, there was a full-fledged aggression from India against Pakistan, against Pakistan's territorial integrity and violation of a sovereignty. And we hit back very hard, and we gave them a bloody nose, and 8 of their planes were shot down. In fact, repeatedly cited by President Donald Trump and the international media. And Indians suffered in that context. So now their tactics have changed. Instead of taking Pakistan head-on frontally in a conventional conflict, which they know they're bound to fail, they are using what we can call covert operations, or using their intelligence agency, which is called RAW, by the way, RAW, Research and Analysis Wing in India. They are using them for fomenting destabilization and supporting terrorism. And as you know, India has already been called out for cross-border terrorism, for sending hit squads of RAW to kill this dissident Sikhs in Canada, in the United States, and sometimes even in Britain. So India has been accused of cross-border terrorism by the United States as well as Canada in the past. And this is the tactic they are now applying in Pakistan to destabilize Pakistan after having suffered the blows last May during that brief conflict.
Do tell us what your thoughts are, but it's written by commentators that ties between Pakistan and the United States have been improving in recent months. And some of the countries you've mentioned there, Israel, India, are, of course, close allies of the United States. Here, therefore, is an opportunity for the Trump administration, and they did this back in May to broker a peace between India and Pakistan. Here is another opportunity for them to perhaps intervene and help calm tensions. What would be your message to Washington at this point?
My message to Washington would be that President Trump is a proponent of peace. He's formed a board of peace of which Pakistan is also a member. And he is keen to promote peace, which he did quite rightly in the case of Pakistan and India, as he did with Iran and Israel, or Thailand and Cambodia. And to promote peace, we should know that peace is indivisible. And peace means not just the absence of war, but it also means the absence of attempts to destabilize or foment insurgencies or promote terrorism through cross-border linkages or covert operations. So I think Washington needs to rein in India, in our case, as well as Tel Aviv in the case of the Middle East, from promoting terrorism, because as you know, Israel attacked several countries in the region, Iran being the last one, Qatar being other ones, Yemen also, Lebanon and so forth. And India is using covert means, and those covert means are similar to the tactics they tried to use in United States of America against the Sikh community 2 years ago during the Biden administration, when they were called out for those violations of international law and for those terror tactics. So I think the Trump administration can put their foot down. They have a lot of leverage. They've just signed a trade deal with India, and we feel that peace is indivisible. And that means that if India starts doing these things, there is bound to be a reaction, and it will lead to rising tensions, and it will lead to making new flashpoints in South Asia, which Pakistan certainly doesn't want as a peace-loving country, and which Washington also wouldn't want, because they want to align their interests with peace, security, and stability in South Asia, which I think is also the desire of other big powers like China and Russia.
Senator Hussain, at the beginning of this interview, you talked about your 900-kilometer long border with Iran. And Iran is very much in our news cycle at the moment. We're focusing very much on developments in Iran on this channel. Pakistan, of course, also borders India and Afghanistan. I wanted to ask you, we've heard from the supreme leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, warning of a regional war if his country is attacked by the United States or by Israel. And I'm just wondering, given that shared border that you have, 900 kilometers of it, what would it mean for Pakistan were an attack to be carried out?
See, Pakistan is very concerned about stability and security in the region because we share this border. And already we are part of the broader Middle East. And like our friends in Saudi Arabia and Turkey and Qatar, we share the fact that any attack on Iran would spin out of control. And as Ayatollah Khamenei rightly said, it could become a regional war, which was a big conflagration. And in fact, the good news is that thanks to efforts by and discreet diplomacy by countries like Pakistan, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, there has now been a broad understanding between Washington and Tehran to come to the conference table. And I believe that on Friday, this coming next few days, there will be a meeting directly between Mr. Witkoff and Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, in Turkey, and Pakistan, along with Saudi Arabia and other countries. Apparently, Qatar and Oman have also been invited to participate in those peace talks. So I think our efforts have borne fruit because we realize, for example, God forbid if there's a regime change, you're talking of frankly, an Israel border next to Pakistan. And given the Indo-Israel axis, and given that both India talks of Akhand Bharat, which means Greater India, and Israel talks of Eretz Israel, which means Greater Israel, this is an existential threat, not just to Pakistan, but to countries like Saudi Arabia, to Arab countries, Turkey, and so forth. So it's important to destabilize it. And if the plan is similar to what Netanyahu wants to do in Sudan, Syria, or Somalia, and what they've done in Libya, that also not just foment a conflict, but also try to fragment the state, which they have partially succeeded in some parts, unfortunately, in the Muslim world, then that would be very destabilizing, because Iran is a country which is next to Pakistan, and it would be, the whole region would be up in flames. So it's in the interest of all countries, particularly the US and Iran, and also in Pakistan's interest, and other friends of the region like Saudi Arabia and Turkey, to ensure that the Netanyahu plan is not implemented, and that the United States reins in Netanyahu, and the US and Iran come to a deal. And I think the common point in the deal is going to be the fact that both agree that Iran is not building the bomb, Iran will not build the bomb. And on that, both Tehran and Washington seem to be quite clear, which is, I think, very positive for the region.
And just lastly, since you mentioned it as well, Pakistan joining President Trump's Board of Peace, what are your hopes for that board? What do you hope will be achieved by Pakistan's membership of the Board of Peace?
Well, I think that we took a decision, not unilaterally, but we took a collective decision with 7 other Muslim countries, including Turkey, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt, Oman, etc. So it's a collective decision, and the hope and expectation is that this will lead to 2 important developments. One, the replacement of Israel's brutal occupation of Gaza by a stabilization force, and also the rehabilitation and relief to the people of Palestine. And secondly, eventual destination is, of course, the purpose is then establishment of an independent, sovereign state of Palestine with Jerusalem as its capital, which is what is enshrined in successive United Nations resolutions over the past decades, to which all countries, including the United States, are strongly committed. So we feel that this is going to be the pathway to Palestinian statehood, to peace there, for rehabilitation there, and also providing some succor, sympathy, and support for the struggling people of Gaza, who suffered the worst genocide in modern history.
Senator, you've been extremely generous with your time. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. Senator Mushahid Hussain, former Information Minister of Pakistan.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow with some more interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world...
Hello and welcome to America Unfiltered with me, Ellie Cohanim, where we'll be discussing the stories shaping America and reshaping the world. From national debates to global affairs, we'll be looking at the stories making the headlines right now. And joining me today is former Chief of Staff of the White House National Security Council, Alex Gray. Alex, thank you for joining us. Alex, we've been hearing a lot of confusing public signaling on what action President Trump is planning to take on Iran. As a former National Security Council official under President Trump, you have been in those rooms as he was making those decisions. Can you give us some insight on the process? How does President Trump make these history-altering decisions, and what is his management style?
Well, I think the thing that we're noticing here that's being so effective at the current moment with Iran particularly is he does value ambiguity. He does value the fact that the adversary doesn't know what he's going to do. And I think he's done two things which are really, really helping on Iran. One is reestablishing deterrence. So we saw after Ukraine, after the Afghanistan withdrawal that was so disastrous under the Biden administration, the United States was just not taken seriously globally as a great power. And between what he did in Caracas with Maduro, what he's done with Midnight Hammer in Iran, he's restored American deterrence. And then the fact that, as I've heard the president say many times, he believes in the Richard Nixon madman theory of diplomacy. The fact that the adversary doesn't ever know what he's capable of doing gives him tremendous leverage. And so I think he's taking those two things, deterrence and ambiguity, and he's using it to his advantage.
Yeah, that's very interesting insight. And at this point, Trump's repeated warnings have raised expectations among protesters risking their lives. Does the U.S. now have a moral obligation or even a, quote, credibility issue, as some reports indicate Secretary Rubio has stated, to take action against the Iranian government?
Well, I think that the credibility issue I'm not so worried about, because we're already seeing the president leveraging the momentum and the gains that he's made in terms of restoration of deterrence and the strategic ambiguity to have real world impacts on Iranian regime behavior. So we saw today the announcement that the Iranian regime has basically said they're not going to execute 800 protesters. When has the Iranian regime ever shown mercy to anybody? They did that because they're in fear that President Trump is going to live up to exactly what he said. So that's deterrence in action. And the second thing is, when the protests first started, the regime did something very different than they did in 2009 or just a couple of years ago. They tried to buy off the protesters by offering them a very insulting $7 a month to leave the streets. Again, when has the regime ever shown that type of leniency to protesters? And I think that's directly attributable to the credibility President Trump has with the regime, that he's not going to go and give them pallets of cash for a promise to denuclearize. He's going to actually potentially do something with American power to change their calculus.
Alex, you're also an expert on weapons of mass destruction. As the Trump administration considers its option, can you tell us what role the Iranian nuclear material and missile stocks play in the decision-making for the Trump administration? What might they perceive as a potential threat or risk in carrying out a strike of sorts on Iranian targets?
Well, I think we know that the Midnight Hammer operation with the Israelis definitely degraded their capabilities, but those capabilities, they have for 35 years been making a concerted effort to keep both the missile program and the nuclear program continuously moving forward. There's no reason to think that they're going to stop that. And further, there's no reason to think that failed negotiations that had been done under presidents going back to Bill Clinton would have any impact on their behavior without the threat of credible use of force, which the president established in Midnight Hammer. So I think where we are, the president took off, he took negotiations off the table, and he was smart to do that because the Iranian regime, again, they always think that they can use the nuclear program to hoodwink the Americans into making concessions or looking the other way when they repress protesters. The president's made very clear, we're not talking about nuclear denuclearization. We're not talking about concessions. We are focused on using our actual credibility and our deterrence, our use of force, the potential to use force to keep the regime from doing things that destabilize the region and oppress their own people.
Alex, but at the same time, we've been hearing reporting that President Trump heard from his current NSC and Pentagon officials about potential Iranian targets. And so I'm curious from your perspective as a WMD expert, do you think that there are potential risks that the administration is considering might unfold if they were to take some sort of strikes or actions against Iranian sites?
Well, there always are risks when you're targeting potential WMD sites, and those are factored in. And I think, particularly working with the Israelis have shown that they have penetrated the Iranian regime from an intelligence perspective to an extraordinary extent. And I think between some of the very exquisite capabilities we have on the intelligence side and what the Israelis have done on the human intelligence side, which is extraordinary, I think we have a very good understanding of where the current state of the program is. And when you combine that real-time intelligence with some of the extraordinarily precise military capabilities we have, I think there are certainly ways to continue to degrade the program, if necessary, that we can bring to bear on the intelligence and on the kinetic side. The question really for me, Ellie, is just how much deterrence can we bring to bear to prevent a potential need for that type of strike? And I think right now, the president's doing a very good job of being able to change the regime's calculus without just by the threat of force. And we're going to have to watch it evolve. But I think the fact that they know he's willing to use force is right now our greatest weapon.
And the media is also reporting that America's Gulf allies, Qatar, Oman, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, have made the case against U.S. intervention. How impactful do you believe that is?
Well, some of our Gulf allies, obviously, they're in a difficult geopolitical position. Some of them have the Iranians actively trying to destabilize the Shiite populations in their own countries. Some of these places like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, they live under the threat of Iranian influence every single day and Iranian proxy terror every single day. So they have vested interests and understandable interests in many cases in wanting the United States to take a particular line with Iran. And that's not necessarily the American interest. The American interest here is preventing the regime from suppressing its own people again, the way they did in 2009, and regenerating the nuclear program, the missile program, and regenerating the proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas that are targeting both American interests, Israeli interests, but also, as I said, our Gulf Arab allies' interests.
Would it not be the case also that a Middle East freed of an Iranian government accused of being a destabilizing influence would make Israel safer and promote President Trump's vision of a wealthy, peaceful, and integrated region, which he laid out last year in Saudi Arabia?
There's no question that the Iranian regime, as it's currently constituted, the Ayatollah theocracy, is the most destabilizing, the most dangerous, it is the poison that has infected the Middle East since 1979. And so much of the death and destruction that's occurred in the Middle East, whether you think about who was it that was funding the explosively formed penetrators in Iraq that were killing American soldiers and maiming American soldiers. It was Qasem Soleimani and the Iranian Revolutionary Guards. Of course, President Trump took out Qasem Soleimani in early 2020. So you think about Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis in Yemen. You go down the list of horrible terrorist proxies in the region. You can trace all of them back to the Iranians. And so that regime has been spreading terror, spreading malign influence for 40 years. No one's going to shed a tear if that regime goes away. I think what we have to be thinking about is what's the balance between the need for the United States to keep stability, current temporary short-term stability, with what if we were to push the regime over the top, have a change in government there, and then of course there's always the uncertainty of what do you get after regime change, and the president's going to have to balance long-term uncertainty versus short-term uncertainty.
Within Iran, we've been hearing chanting for the return of Reza Pahlavi, the son of the late Shah of Iran, who was ousted in 1979 Islamic Revolution. Do you think that Reza Pahlavi could help lead transition in Iran?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. When I was in government, there was always a great deal of question about whether he had the legitimacy to even serve as a transitional figure in Iran after the Ayatollahs. He's shown himself over the last couple of weeks to have more legitimacy and more popular support than maybe a lot of American analysts thought. I think the key here is that, as he has said himself, he is at most a transitional figure to a longer term Iranian post-Ayatollah regime. And so I think figuring out, they're definitely, based on his ability to mobilize popular support in the last week, there's definitely, I think, a role for him. The question is, what is that role? How long-term is it? And again, like with Venezuela, what does a transitional period look like to a more popular, elected, democratic form of government over the long term look like?
You mentioned Venezuela. The Trump administration has said it plans to control Venezuela's oil resources indefinitely as it seeks to rebuild the country's dilapidated oil industry. What reaction can we expect of allies of Venezuela like Russia and China, which is dependent on that oil?
Well, this is all part of the president's broader strategy that he laid out in his national security strategy, the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, that outside powers like Russia, China, Iran will no longer be permitted to operate in our hemisphere. And so I think to your question, absolutely, the Iranians, the Russians, the Chinese are petrified that the president is following through on what the commitment he made in that document, that they're no longer going to be able to exert proxies and spheres of influence in our hemisphere. The Cuban regime has been propped up by the Russians, the Iranians. There's a Chinese listening post 90 miles from Key West on Cuba and Cuban shores. Nicaragua, the Ortega regime that's been a thorn in our side for 45 years. It's propped up by the Russians and the Chinese. We know Caracas was crawling with Hezbollah operatives. I mean, we are finally getting to something that I think people like you and I have watched for a long time, which is that these dictatorships in our hemisphere have been proxies of our global adversaries. And the president is finally saying enough is enough. Rather than us focusing on these wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, let's get our house in order in our hemisphere first. And then once we've done that, we can look more expansively. But that has to come first.
And Alex, given what a threat that that new Trump approach, the Monroe Doctrine, as you referred to it, presents to U.S. adversary China, do you think that there can be some sort of a potential response from the Chinese, perhaps asymmetrical warfare?
Well, it's a real concern. And we saw the week before the Venezuela operation, the Chinese were publicly broadcasting that they were conducting combat simulations of warfare in our hemisphere, in the Gulf of America. This is something they think about. Look, they're buying, as you know well, they're buying farmland all over the United States, not just next to key military installations, but they're buying farmland with the purpose of controlling American agricultural production of key crops in specific geographies. You don't do that if you're not planning asymmetric activity, if you're not planning to do something on the homeland. I have no doubt that they are looking at their options. I tend to think, the Chinese have always viewed our homeland. They've literally said this in their strategy documents. They view our homeland as the soft underbelly of the United States. And they view, they do not view themselves. There was a book called Unrestricted Warfare from the late 90s, where the Chinese military said publicly, you can buy this on Amazon. They said publicly, we look at the United States homeland as a potential target in the event of a war over Taiwan. So the Chinese are thinking very expansively about this sort of thing. I think what's more likely to happen is they're going to take the president's decisive action in the hemisphere as a clear signal that the president's not going to tolerate meddling in the Western hemisphere any longer. And they're going to go project their tendency for malign influence closer to their shores. But as I said, they're going to keep every option open in the event of an actual conflict to try and bring pressure to bear on Americans where we live.
And turning to Americans and where Americans live right here in the United States, I'd like to discuss the ICE activity in Minnesota amidst an ongoing Somali fraud scandal there. The Trump administration's version of the shooting has been rejected by the Democrat Party state and local officials who say a bystander video showed Ms. Good steering away from the officer. What do you think the safety implications for ICE and Border Control is as they're trying to carry out their work?
Well, it's a very real threat. And I think what we're seeing that really concerns me is you're starting to see Democratic politicians in places like Minnesota. So think Jacob Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis, think Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, using rhetoric that is truly insurrectionary. I mean, they're using rhetoric that is almost justifying violence against federal immigration officers, federal law enforcement in general. It's really shocking that you have elected public officials in the United States at the state or local level who are setting up this contrast between the citizenry and federal law enforcement officers conducting lawful operations. That is really that's something we haven't seen in a very long time in this country. And so I think you really have to start, either these politicians are going to step back and they're going to recalibrate their language, or we need to start holding them accountable for things like this shooting, because they directly, through painting ICE as a predatory, illegitimate force, they are contributing directly to a climate that is promoting violence. And that's just unacceptable.
The officers deployed to Minneapolis are being ordered not just to focus on finding immigration law breaches, but also on tackling people protesting against ICE. Do you think ICE has enough resources to manage what seems to be an escalating situation? And how do you see all of this ending?
I think ultimately, I think it's unfortunate, but I do think that the president at some point may have to consider using the Insurrection Act and bringing in additional federal resources, because look, I think ICE and DHS could handle this if you did not have local Democratic officials and state Democratic officials openly encouraging the illegal defiance of the federal government. The problem is Tim Walz has actually said he would use the National Guard of the state of Minnesota to help oppose federal immigration enforcement. That is an insurrectionary statement. And so if we continue to have this type of destabilizing and just extra constitutional behavior by elected officials, the president may have no choice but to put federal resources, to include federal military resources in. I think that's very unfortunate. That's something that no American should want. But if it's a question of keeping the legitimacy of federal law enforcement operations and protecting our ICE agents versus doing that, I would have to err on the side of invoking the Insurrection Act if that's what it takes.
And Alex, for our last segment, I'd love to turn our attention to Greenland. Do you think that President Trump is putting U.S. relations with Europe at stake with the Trump policy towards what seems to be wanting to perhaps have some sort of territorial takeover of Greenland?
Look, I don't think that there's any issue here with Europe. I think Europe is creating an issue out of nothing. This is something that American presidents going back to the 1860s have all said, which is that Greenland's essential to America's national security. The president has a number of options. There's a short-term option here, which is to make sure that under our existing arrangement with Denmark, we put more U.S. military assets in Greenland. I hope we do that. We should do that. There are Chinese submarines that are going up and down the coast of Greenland on a regular basis. That's a direct threat to U.S. national security. Longer term, Greenland should be part of the United States. They're going to get independence from Denmark. They've been on that path for 50 years. The question is, when they're independent, who greets them on the other end? Is it Beijing and Moscow, or is it Washington? And so what I think the president is simply saying here, set aside the rhetoric, set aside the European posturing. What the president's simply saying here is, we cannot, from a national security perspective, allow a Greenland that falls under the influence of our adversaries. Now, does that mean they become a territory like Guam or American Samoa? I think that would be the best solution. If that's not the case, then we have to have a very clear relationship with an independent Greenland that gives the U.S. extraordinary access to their airspace, to their land, to their territory. So this is not a President Trump idea. He's pushed this farther than any American president in recent years. But presidents from FDR to Harry Truman to Dwight Eisenhower have all had similar inclinations on Greenland. This is very deeply rooted in American strategy.
And just so our audience understands, beyond what you just explained, what about, we're hearing about natural resources in Greenland that the United States might be interested in. Could you break that down for us a bit?
Well, there is potential there. We know that there are considerable mineral resources in Greenland and potentially energy resources as well. One of the problems is that Denmark has not done anything to develop those resources, to the point that there really hasn't been a geological survey done, the type of survey that American companies do regularly before mining activities. That's never been done in Greenland. We really are guesstimating just the extent of those resources. One of the things that America can offer our Greenlandic friends is if we come into Greenland, we can actually develop those resources in a way that benefit the people of Greenland, something that Denmark has not done in the hundreds of years that they have had control of that island.
All right, Alex, great. Thanks so much for joining me on America Unfiltered.
Thanks for having me.
And that's all we've got time for. You've been watching America Unfiltered with me, Ellie Cohanim.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenhotep III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you will see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you'll see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kulu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamningirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kafkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकता है आप भी नहीं जा सकता है.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighboring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई
It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys, sadly, have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है थी नशे मतलब ऐसे
Families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. and only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather earth.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions if there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves. There's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर, जमदग्नि ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने. दानु का राज था. हाँ, दानु ने हार माना.
When the Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jambu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamadan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within Malana's unique system of governance. This political framework, indeed, has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote yet peculiar village.
Jamadan Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see there's railing which ground is there, so they said that Rishi ji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewellery as they prepare for Fagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together.
It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of the things. That there are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
We have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits, and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
These mountains are our future, because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है.
What U.S. President Donald Trump started in 2019 may have been taken a bit lightly, but now it's back on the table. Trump has made it clear he wants Greenland to be part of the U.S., and he's not ruling out using military or economic pressure to make it happen.
We need Greenland, very importantly, for international security. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can't. If you look at Greenland right now, if you look at the waterways, you have Chinese and Russian ships all over the place.
So why Greenland? And could this actually happen? Let's take a deeper look. Greenland isn't just a big chunk of land floating off the coast of Canada. It's one of the most strategic, resource-rich, and politically sensitive places on Earth. And here's why. It's huge, the world's largest island with a tiny population of around 56,000 people, mostly indigenous Greenlanders. It sits in the Arctic, between North America and Europe, making it a prime location for military operations. And underneath all that ice, rare earth minerals, oil, and natural gas, the stuff that powers everything from smartphones to wind turbines. And thanks to climate change, the Arctic is literally opening up. Melting sea ice is creating new shipping routes and revealing untouched resources. In short, Greenland is becoming a big deal fast. So what's going on exactly? Trump says it's a deal that must happen, arguing that the U.S. would benefit, and so would Greenlanders. But here's the thing, Greenland isn't for sale. Denmark owns it, and Denmark's Prime Minister has said, again, this idea is, quote, absurd. More importantly, Greenland governs itself. Since 2009, it has broad autonomy. And it even has the right to declare independence. That's right, Greenland could one day be its own country. So yeah, buying it, not likely, but influencing it, that's a different story. The world is in the middle of a new Arctic race. It's a mix of climate change, geopolitics, and economics. Russia's growing more aggressive. China wants in too, calling itself a near-Arctic state and proposing a polar Silk Road. And then there's the US. It's determined not to fall behind. Greenland sits right in the middle of all of this. The US already has military base there used for missile defense and for tracking Russian subs in the North Atlantic. So this isn't just about buying land. It's about securing the Arctic. It's about rare minerals. It's about controlling the future of global trade routes. Now, could this be the next Cold War? Some think we're already there. We're entering what experts are calling the Arctic century. That means rising tensions, increasing militarization, and a race for resources, all happening faster as the ice melts. Greenland isn't just in the middle of that race. It might be the prize. And here's where it gets a bit more complicated. Greenlanders are proud of their identity. Many want independence, but not necessarily to join the US. And while they're open to closer cooperation with America, what do leaders actually think? Let's take a look.
Gør det meget klart, at set med den danske regerings briller, så er grønlændernes. Det er et meget, meget stolt folkefærd. Det er et sprog, det er en kultur. Det er en befolkning, som er sin egen. Og som formand for Naalakkersuisut, Museet i øvrigt har sagt, så er Grønland ikke til salg.
But here's the thing. Greenland still depends heavily on Danish subsidies. Its economy relies on fishing. Mining, still a work in progress. Full independence would be financially risky, unless maybe they strike a new deal with someone else. So the big question becomes, will Greenland choose to go it alone, or align with a new superpower? And where do we go from here? Will Trump push harder? Could Greenland ever switch hands? And are we entering a new age of Arctic competition? One thing's for sure, the world is watching an island most people ignored until now.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations
A curfew order has been established.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News,
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.